investment of starting at around $5 billion. Ish. So that's what we're talking about in terms of the quantum of this investment, of this potential investment program.
Which you get some revenue back from the but yeah, it is, yeah, a sizable number that in the billion range there is what we're looking at the cost being moving forward there. So yeah, very sizable requirement upon the project.
Mr. Arthur.
We're just doing all the questions before you do the rest of your presentation.
Pre-presentation.
This is good. This is to know where everyone's
These
at.
are your questions after 2 slides. Okay, my question is, was there any thought about in the water supply contracts? Hold on, looking at my notes here. Yeah, in the water contracts and agreements that it made sense in the last presentation we had from your colleague about the financing and basically needing that longevity for the financial reliability. But was there any consideration about renegotiating to adapt to climate change to actually create more flexibility and kind of deal with the new conditions that we have? Was that something thought about?
I'd say that the amendment was really focused around just that time extension and then really the cost recovery and some changes around that aspect. So, but separate from that amendment, there's been, there's the amendment we call the water management tools that are intended to provide more flexibility and ability to do transfers. So I would say that kind of more of we need more flexibility because of climate change. That's occurred more elsewhere in that other amendment, more in the water management tools, not so much in just how to extend. I guess the exception there would be, to the extent that the contract extension provides a firmer financial basis for the water project, that's going to set us up to do bigger, more readily do larger investments in the future that we might need because of climate change. So I'd say a little bit more indirectly supporting the extremes that we're anticipating coming, but not as direct as some of the other amendments that were done.
Okay, I think I follow. So the time extensions don't completely lock you in for whatever those decades are. You still can do the operational kind of decisions around adapting to climate change.
Yes, yeah. So same as far as how the water allocated amongst the contractors. Those remain. There weren't changes to those provisions there. So it's still we look at what's available, how much we can move, and constraints, and then
right.
We provide that. That's stayed the same.
Got it. Thanks.
All right. Well, then I will hand it over to myself, and we can start the next slide here. So wanted to give so this is our first meeting where we have a series of different water project topics over the year there with the commission. And so wanted to start with just an overview of the project and thought it'd be good to do that, but wanted to look at it a little bit differently. And as opposed to just, here's the functions of the different pieces, talk a bit about this idea of operational flexibility. And it's the flexibility that's been designed into the project, highlighting that because as we think about the extremes in climate that we've observed here and just the oscillations back and forth between these extremes, having flexibility, having options in how we operate will just be increasingly valuable. The other reason to talk about the project in this way is, really the majority of the different projects that we present to the commission can really be linked by this theme of they're all intended to restore or enhance some flexibility in the system there. So I think it's also could be a helpful way as you get all these different random topics later to kind of think about, okay, why are we doing this? In some way we're trying to improve the flexibility of the system there. So that's sort of the reason for it. So what I'll do here for the presentation is walk through the project north to south, kind of what some of the different features are and what flexibility's been designed into that. And not going to be the comprehensive look at flex. There's lots of different ways that things are flexible, but just hit some of the higher points there and then talk about what are some of the things that constrain that flexibility, and then we'd conclude with, and then what are we doing about those constraints there. So if we go to the next slide, have the map of the project there. So again, the main concept is up in the north, we capture precipitation, snow melt coming off the Feather River Basin, capture it in Oroville, route it through the rivers there to the delta. That water's then pulled out of the delta and either stored in San Luis for use later or distributed to the south of the delta for industrial agricultural use for all the different uses. So again, just real high level from the water supply standpoint, here's what the project is intending to do. So if we go to the next slide here, then just starting at the top there, so Oroville. So a facility that has a lot of different aspects to it that give us some options on how we operate the system there. And the first part is just by nature of being storage, we're storing water, we're decoupling when we receive the water from when it's used. So just fundamentally a key flexibility we get by having storage is that decoupling of supply and demand timing there. Orville has a lot of different, it's designed with a lot of different outlet facilities there, and so those provide a lot of flexibility on both what kind of flow we're releasing, also temperature. And so by having the flood control outlets up top with a lot of capacity, we have the Hyatt facility that we can adjust the intake elevation so we can get different water temperatures. And then we also have down at the bottom the river valve outlet where we can get lower flows but very cold. By having this range of different outlet capacity, again, you get a lot of different flexibility in how you can provide different temperatures, different flows to downstream there. And then also having this, with the gate structure, very large capacity, that's really helpful because that lets us, as we get floodwaters, we can release large volumes of water. We can throttle that down as we do hydrogeneration. So again, just a lot of different flexibility in how much water we're releasing out of Oroville. The layout of where we have Oroville, and then as I'm looking at the picture up behind you all here, we have the very flat, the after bay is shallow water. Just that layout of being able to either route water down through the river where it'll stay very cold, that's very good for the fish, or we can route it to the after bay and release it out to, for rice farming where the warmer water is better. So again, just the layout of the facility gives us flexibility in controlling water temperature. And then the last thing we'd notice, we also have this ball plumb to do the pump storage operations, which would be a lot of flexibility. And that's where we're looking to use this recent general fund funding to do a project to address the issues that are preventing us from doing that so we can continue to resume that pump storage operation. So so that's kind of the bullets I wanted to hit on Oroville with different flexibility there on storage. If we move down a little and I guess feel free to jump in if anybody has questions here, but.
One of the questions that gets asked all the time of probably all of us is, how are we doing with, we have done a great job, I think, filling a lot of reservoirs with all this rain, but we now have what looks to be a pretty substantial snowpack. And it looks like it's a mathematical question about, you've got to leave room, you got to have some freeboard to allow the water to come down so we don't have flooding later. How does it look, at the end of this? Do you think we have the snow to do a relatively good job of filling up a lot of these reservoirs the rest of the way?
I think we really need some more wetter weather to really get them filled up there. So
and not get too warm too soon. Right.
So it's still a lot of uncertainty in how that's looking moving forward. With where the reservoir is now, with the snowpack, it looks like we're getting up, kind of close to that flood reservation where you would start having to make releases. But at this point, we're not forecasting really to get beyond that point there. So right now, we're under a lot of the different circumstances moving forward, there's still room to store that runoff in the reservoir. But again, there's
things can
lots
change.
of ways that could not be accurate as well.
Thank you.
Yep, since we're on Oroville.
Yes.
And talking about the forecast-informed reservoir operations.
Yeah.
So that's happening in Oroville now, correct?
So it's not, the Oroville's not being operated with forecast-informed. So where that is that's the effort we're doing with the Corps to improve the forecasting and then actually turn that into operational parameters. That's what's ongoing right now, and it's what's close to concluding. That then goes to the Army Corps and goes into their water control manual process, and that's the the rule book that sets when you have to start releasing water out of the reservoir. So we've got to conclude FIRO, then it goes into the Army Corps Water Control Manual process, and at the end of that process is then when we'd be able to operationalize FIRO. What was done with Folsom, which could be an option for Oroville, is kind of in the middle of that Water Control Manual update. If there are some obvious improvements, then you can do that more as a kind of a one-off variance with the Corps, saying we want to deviate from the manual, we want to operate in this particular way. So that is a possibility of how that could occur a little bit sooner than the end of the Water Control Manual process. But would say that Water Control Manual, with the Army Corps, keeping that moving, keeping that effort, keeping the Corps funded federally to do that effort has been a real focus of DWR, because we really would like to see that manual updated, because it's been quite a few years since it was published, and we think there's a lot of room for that to be improved.
Okay. I thought it was the first year that was operational for Oroville, but maybe it's just Folsom still.
Folsom, and I think Mendocino, I think is the other one.
Okay.
That might be.
Yeah, that provides flexibility, I would imagine.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Arthur?
One more question since we're on Oroville.
Yes.
I know there was a lot of work done to improve the safety of Oroville after
Yeah.
2017, and including reporting to the commission on that. That was before my time. I'm wondering if you can give just a really brief summary here. What's different now at Oroville than in 2017?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So one of the kind of starting points with the design of the new spillway chute and the emergency spillway was keeping the capacity the same. So from an operational standpoint, how much water can the dam pass? That's been kept the same. What's really changed is the robustness of the features that do that. So now that gated spillway structure, the walls are much thicker, the reinforcement is much more extensive. The reinforcement it's epoxy coated, which didn't have back in the 60s, so it's more corrosion resistant. And then the emergency spillway, where before it was the concrete buttress, now it's a concrete buttress or a concrete weir with now a buttress structure, that big stepped roller compacted concrete. So the robustness of the features are substantially greater than where they were back pre-2017. Beyond that, we've been interacting with FERC to validate, okay, this is the capacity of the spillway. So there are a handful of studies we're doing through FERC to completely validate that, yes, this is the capacity structure. So one of the remaining ones that we're embarking on is looking at that emergency structure as water goes over, as it would start to scour out the part down below the concrete structure, just how much scour occurs there. So we had preliminary studies that validate that the structure would survive those, but we want to do the more extensive study of that circumstance. And that's kind of the last piece of, as we look at how to answer the question of what's the capacity. You got to look at how much water would come in, the size, the shape of the features, the robustness of them. So there's sort of a list of things you look at, and this is kind of the last piece that we study that we want to do to validate that, yes, this is the capacity of these structures here.
And what's the timeline on that?
So that one will take several years likely, because you start with some initial studies, and then what we're talking with FERC about is whether you do a very detailed quantitative risk assessment study that would be, it's pretty intensive and takes a fair amount of time. So that whole process could be a couple of years, and then also, continually though, standards are changing, we're learning new things. So by the time we complete that, there might be some other question as we get new information, we might go look at some other feature there. So in some regards, that validating capacity is kind of an ongoing process that we do with Division of Safety Dams with FERC there. So.
And then in the meantime, when that study's going on, do you avoid using the emergency spillway, or do you have confidence about how you can use that?
No, we've gotten no indication from either of our regulators that there's enough of a question that we wouldn't use it. And our feeling is, no, it's a robust feature that's adequate for use as designed. having said that, you look at, even though it's designed to do it, there are risks that have, very, very remote risks that we want to evaluate and understand. So this is one of those very, very remote risks we want to understand better.
Got it. Thanks for the update.
Sure.
Commissioner Mackler.
Just following up on Oroville, you know, it was a fairly large capital project that that the department undertook in actually a relatively short period of time. But for the success of that program, I mean, it would have been, in light of the weather year that we had this year, you know, we would have lost a great deal of opportunity to, you know, capture water. And so I just wanted to, well, one, I, you know, wanted to give you an opportunity to just talk about the quantum of the project, you know, and you know, frankly, what I perceive as a success in addressing, you know, an emergency circumstance and getting it back online in a timely manner.
Yeah, thank you for that. And it's, yeah, I think that reconstruction effort, you know, my mind definitely would consider that a success when we look at the project done in 2 years' time. You know, we look at, you know, comparable spillway project at Folsom that took a decade to complete. So being able to complete that in the very compressed time frame, looking at even looking at the capital expense compared to a project like Folsom, you know, wasn't way out of line of what we would have expected if it was a more traditional path for constructing. So, and what constructing that allowed us to do was, you know, if we hadn't been able to construct it, we likely would have had to kept Oroville down, you know, much lower there. We would have restricted the reservoir. So, you know, absolutely like this, when we, you know, we have 3 years of drought, or we have we need that storage there. You know, wouldn't not have had that available if we didn't have that work completed. So, yeah, thank you for the question and the opportunity to note that. All right, so maybe it gets easier from here out, because next we're going to go to the Delta, was the next place here to. So the Delta, you know, I said we look at the system, the Delta is one where we probably have less flexibility than we have other places and that's just because of there's just so much going on in the Delta there. And so operating where you're, you know, balancing water supply, balancing ecosystem needs there, there's just less of a gap there for you to operate in. But even so, some of the different, you know, features that provide flexibility is one, just the construction of the bank pumping plant with a bunch of little small pumps lets you really kind of fine tune the amount of pumping that's occurring there. The construction of the Clifton Court forebay that allows you to, as tidally fills that forebay, so then you can pump that out. That also provides some flexibility on having that forebay there that you can kind of decouple when the water's coming in with when you're actually pumping it out at banks there. So there is some flexibility in how the facility is constructed, and then also within the regulatory, I'm doing it here, within the regulatory environment, you definitely have guidelines in like our ITP, but within that there's room to do adaptive management. There's, you know, there does exist flexibility within the regulatory framework we have. But that said, this is probably an area where we have some of the, you know, less flexibility than we would have other parts of the system. So I'll pause there just for, and definitely tell me if I need to speed this up here. I'm not sure how we're doing on time, but I'll pause there. I don't know if there are any Delta questions. All right, I'll keep going here. San Luis is, so because of the constraints in the Delta, once water moves south, San Luis becomes really valuable because that lets us decouple demand from what we're able to operate at the Delta. And so that having that storage south of the Delta provides a great deal of flexibility for the system. San Luis also designed as, you know, it's a pump and generation. You know, we don't really operate it as a traditional pump gen plant because it's really driven by the water needs there. And so the water operations don't really leave a lot of room to do any pump storage operations there. So again, the main flexibility we get from this is just having this decoupling of demands with what we can export from the Delta. I'll keep going here. The next part I wanted to talk about was in the aqueduct. And so the aqueduct, you know, we have extra capacity in the aqueduct. So in order to meet our deliveries, we don't have to run the aqueduct at full capacity all around the clock. We have extra room there. And what that lets us do is we can, you know, we've got the option to really to squish our pumping into the times of day when energy prices are favorable and we can throttle back when prices are high, and that price signal from the ISO is really how we're supporting the grid, because the prices are low, because when there's extra energy and we're able to take that off the grid. And so by that shaping the pumping operations, that flexibility to do that really supports the grid, also reduces our operating costs. Aqueduct also built with, has the big pools in between the check structures, so you get some storage there. That little bit of storage really gives a lot of flexibility, and where you have the water to be making sure you're able to deliver it there when it's needed, but provides a little bit of buffering in the operations there. So another way that we get some flexibility out of that system. And with this extra capacity that, we're not, it's not, all the capacity is not consumed by just moving State Water Project water. It also it opens up the opportunity to do transfers and exchanges. And as we look forward to, more interaction with the groundwater basins, really see having this canal there being a key part, that extra capacity being a key part of how we're going to link these different regions there. So see that becoming more prominent as we move forward. Yes,
Chairman?
absolutely.
So that's one of the things that I keep thinking about. If you had more percolation capabilities, groundwater recharge in south of the Delta from, let's say, the San Luis Reservoir, wouldn't that be giving you more flexibility upstream with Oroville to move the water quicker and get it down into another storage capacity? Because I think we're going to be facing this more and more when we have these extreme weather events.
Yes,
Have
yeah.
to have a place to put them, but then if San Luis is up there, you can't send it there. But if you have more extensive conveyance into groundwater percolation,
I think that's absolutely right. I think that's, and so as we're, looking forward longer term, one of the things that the water project has started to talk with the water contractors about again is what are there additional storage opportunities, and groundwater storage is really forefront at folks' mind, because absolutely, just having more places to park water in those, in those year that you get all that water.
right,
that-
like this year, for
This,
instance.
right, that's what's gonna let you,
So I do remember a report years ago where you've already, I believe, have done studies, or NOAA or NASA, I don't know who, where the soils are more obviously receptive to groundwater percolation. Hopefully we can start talking about conveyance into those areas and use of that land in a winter crop, so to speak.
in the work that our groundwater management office has done in data mapping and establishing they've made a lot of ground here in the last few years, so that's information that, and it's not clear whether that's, the water project develops or that's one of our customer agencies develop. In some ways, maybe that doesn't matter as much. It's, you just, as long as you have a place and you got conveyance there, but.
So maybe there's some financial incentives for the locals to actually do that, because right now they'd just be paying for it and getting very little benefit, but maybe that can be sorted out. Once it goes in the ground, it becomes fair game, I think.
And that starts getting outside of my, the kind of the whole
okay.
groundwater basin
Well,
management
that's
is,
stuff we should talk about.
yeah, absolutely.
Can I ask Commissioner Curtin a question on that? Because I was a little unsure. So are you talking about groundwater storage below the delta being brought in, or are you talking about groundwater having to go through the delta? And then,
No,
I'm
I'm
confused
not
about where,
talking about the
okay.
tunnels. When there's an excess of water coming in like this year, and our capacity to move it is stunted because they're starting to get full, and we got to make sure we have room, and so on and so forth. If there's a way to move it out of San Luis into the ground, so it's not the tunnel project through
Okay,
the
that's what
delta.
I was wondering.
Yeah, no, that may be a part of it, but that wasn't what I was thinking about, so.
So,
Commissioner Bland had a question too.
go ahead.
My question's very, very brief and maybe too granular for you to answer, but I just want to get a frame of reference because I'm relatively new. If State Water Contractor number 7 is consuming more than their allotment off the State Water Project, does that skew your numbers? Because you have an expected agreement based on that contract value, correct?
let's see, so, and that's not, so any deviation from how much water we provide is really small there. So that's not really the contractor doesn't really have an option to take more than what we're providing.
They do not.
Right.
So you were saying something earlier that is very interesting to me as an energy person, and that is kind of the inherent and also latent capacity value that the State Water Project provides to the electric system, because your ability to shift load at times when you get a price signal of low pricing to move the pumps. And one of the questions, and I know that this was raised and you actually had a legislative mandate, I think it was SB 47 and
49 probably is,
49,
yeah.
49. And Mr. Alcazar did a report at the end of last year. And one of the things that I'm curious about is whether or not in identifying new capital projects that would allow for greater flexibility by the state water system with respect to taking energy, sort of providing this arbitrage opportunity, whether or not there is a vehicle for the state water project to be compensated for that capacity value from the electric customers. Because you could see where there is a project, you know, that makes sense, more storage, you know, a better conveyance system of some sort, an upgrade of pumps that are more digital, meaning more responsive, and that this is great in terms of preserving water and meeting your water delivery obligations, but it also provides latent capacity or capacity, you know, in, you know, the megawatts, like this is not small stuff, that would be valuable to the system operator. Is there a vehicle in which you can sell that capacity to the ISO or other load-serving entities in order to perhaps provide an additional revenue stream to support capital investment that's needed, you know, for water purposes and has a co-benefit of, you know, making the grid more reliable?
So I'd say there are some vehicles, but I think there's room for more. As started with that answer there. So where I say there's some vehicles, so you just the energy pricing, so we get some benefit there. We also are requirement to have capacity generation or resource adequacy requirement. We use our reduction of pump load to meet some of that requirement. So there is some compensation we get from the grid. We have been working with the ISO though, because we do think there are additional products that we could provide to the grid, which would be a vehicle for us getting some compensation for the ISO, for the grid, for the state getting that benefit in a little more structured way than, so, so I'd say, yes, there's some vehicles there, but definitely room for more.
And just as an analogy, when I build a project, I will look to a load-serving entity to enter into a contract for 10 years because I'm going to spend millions of dollars. If similarly you had a project that you may not do because, you know, it doesn't stack high with respect to your water obligations, but when you combine the benefit of providing the state more flexibility or providing the grid operator more flexibility, you know, energy storage, just as an example, that you could move forward with that project by being compensated for that co-benefit in a way in which you get predictable compensation. I mean, is there, and I'm not talking, because energy pricing is great, but you're essentially taking the risk of, you know, the kind of the temporal arb, as opposed to getting something that you can essentially bank on, which is a longer-term capacity agreement.
In that longer-term ability to bank on those extra revenue streams, that's where we're not to the point we'd like to be yet with the ISO and some of those different products there. And so that's, and some of the issue I think the ISO has is our ability to commit, we're so hydrology driven that there's uncertainty in when we're able to commit, and that's been one of the struggles is, I think from the grid standpoint, they really want to count on a product, and so that's how we're trying to work that out is, well, we have products that are available sometimes for you, not other times, and
I bet your net qualifying capacity is a lot better than other resource classes.
Probably so.
Commissioner Solorio.
Thank you. This past weekend, I had the opportunity to traveled through most of the state and saw many of these facilities going from Santa Ana to San Francisco to visit my oldest son. So I saw all these facilities and thought about, what this presentation would be. And then other questions that come up, and there's been a lot of good questions already. I think because of this drought that we're kind of still in, there's so much heightened awareness about it and everybody's role, and they obviously look to government agencies to kind of be there first and foremost. We also got climate change, we got things like evaporation and maybe in the non-functional turf and things like that. That one question that comes up from time to time, but I think it'll increase in frequency and importance is, are there opportunities to cover many of these facilities so that we don't lose as much water to evaporations? Think pool covers, or we've seen probably those videos of those little black balls or whatever that, apparently aren't too harmful and on the whole work out okay. All those things tend to be very expensive because we're such a, big state. But can you speak a little bit to that as a possibility of conserving more water?
Yeah, and I think our sense right now is that it definitely makes sense in some places, and so that's we have some kind of smaller reservoirs there in really hot areas that like the little shade balls make sense there.
Right.
As we look at the State Water Project, we see less opportunities for that just because the size of the facility. Or it's I think it's some 400 miles of canal, and so just as you look at the cost that it would take to cover that and maintain that
Right.
coverage
The opportunity
too.
cost. It's,
Versus-
do you do that versus something else? But I think the lakes would be good, and also to just, sometimes the public, they just want to see progress. I mean, like, for example, on any of the lakes or reservoirs that you kind of tap into, do we use any of those ball mechanisms or any other kind of covers?
So ours we don't. Some of our customer agencies will, where they have smaller ones. And a lot of times those are smaller reservoirs where you don't have public access. And one of the things about the project is our multi-purpose, multiple purposes. One of those is recreation, and so there'd be a
Right,
big conflict
right.
with
For
covering
some,
the
it
lake,
wouldn't
and
make
then you have to
sense, right?
keep everybody out, and we wouldn't be meeting our
Right.
legislative purpose of
Right.
providing recreation. So that's why I think in some circumstances it makes sense, and others it has conflicts with some of our other.
I would just encourage, if there are any facilities where it does make sense, that we kind of do it as a pilot or as a showcase of doing new things, because we're going to get to the point where every little drop of water is going to be increasingly valuable, and
Yep.
they're going to be looking to the state and the State Water Project, and you and us.
Right.
Why haven't we done it yet, even though the idea's been out there for a while? Thank you.
Yeah, no, appreciate that.
Okay.
All right, we're almost to the end. So I think the next slide is is just southern part, and the southern part of the reservoir is just, having that storage down south. It decouples the demand down south from all the operations up above. It also provides that emergency, kind of that break the glass storage for just super extreme droughts. There's that water down there that could be used for those critical health and safety needs. So wasn't going to say too much more about the southern reservoirs. Maybe quickly just run through then some of the different challenges then. So we talked about where things are flexible, what limits that flexibility. If we go to the next slide. So we talked a bit about the Delta. Just there's so much going on there that it doesn't leave a lot of room for flexibility. I guess I think we kind of already covered that there. So we go to the next slide, the subsidence. So as we're losing aqueduct capacity, all of the benefits that we talked about there become more of a challenge as that capacity of the canal gets reduced. I think the next slide here was so aging infrastructure. So as things are getting older, the consequences of something not operating are becoming that more severe. Because when you have those moments of you got the water and it's a small window, you got it, and if something's not operating, you really lose that water and you don't have that opportunity to get it back. So all of these efforts to improve the maintenance of the facilities, to improve the more systematic asset management approach at looking at things, are all really ways that we're making sure that we continue to have this flexibility that we're counting on. So the next slide. And then, so, balancing competing needs, and so there's, we've multiple purposes, so as we balance water operations and power operations, San Luis was an example where we don't do what might be best for the power grid because we're constrained by our water operations, or, up at Oroville where we've got to have, we first and foremost reserve that flood space for when we have floods, and that constrains us on a water supply standpoint. So just having those balancing those competing needs will reduce the flexibility that we have available for operations. If we go to the next slide. And so then just to end on, so what are we doing what are we doing about these problems? And so go to our last slide here, just a list of some of the different initiatives that we've been bringing to the commission. Just, these are things that so we go one more slide here. Oh, I thought we had an extra, okay, so the slide that we don't have there then had a list of different, and so our subsidence program, directly related to subsidence, the Delta Conveyance Project is really a way that we see, adding infrastructure to alleviate some of those constraints in the Delta. Asset maintenance management, again, kind of all of these projects that we're bringing to the commission, they're, really can be linked by this idea we're trying to maintain flexibility in the system. So I think with that, I will stop there, but if there are any more questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Could you talk a little bit more about the scope of the subsidence problem and sort of what the impacts are on operations, sort of both from a loss of capacity and the degree to which it's constraining deliveries?
Sure.
And then kind of timeline for how it's being addressed?
Yeah, so, thank you for that question. So really in the valley, and I'm going to try to get the number of miles, but it's miles upon miles of, I would say about 100 miles down in the Central Valley where we see the most pronounced issues there. When we see the issues right now, it's when it's really wet. We have a lot of water. We really want to be maximizing that flow. That's when we're most constrained. The constraints we saw during our last wet period, so like 17, 18, was really that it prevented us from doing that shaping that we talked about. So it was really more of a financial impact because by not doing that shaping, we're running the aqueduct full, when energy's scarce, and so it costs us a lot more. So that was the impact we saw then. Part of how we're able to do that is there's a design, there's several feet of freeboard. We're operating in that freeboard space there. So as we do that, we see some increased risk that we would have, some of the canals buckling or have issues there. So we're increasing our risk by doing that. This last wet period, we didn't see any, we were able to deliver all the water that we had intended to deliver. It was just our timing of when we were able to do that was impacted. As we look forward, and as we see subsidence continue and it's not remediated, we'd see the continued economic impact from not being able to shape, but we would expect to start seeing, actually not being able to meet deliveries in those, particularly those wetter years, just because we don't have the room to run it through the canal. So it's a concern we have that in the future there for future wet years. So the fix for that then is substantial. The estimates are on the order of $1 billion for a full remediation of subsidence. That's also got to be tied with the SIGMO efforts to get groundwater basins to stabilize to reduce the subsidence problem. So is a sizable effort and would be over 10 years would be a rough estimate for kind of the magnitude of time that we're taking to see those fixes implemented.
Okay, any other questions?
I do.
Yes, Mr.
Does
Curtin.
that coincide with the timing for the so-called sustainable groundwater?
So I believe
Where you said the canal is in the word shape is obviously where the groundwater is in the word shape.
Yeah.
The high-intensity problem. So they have to go hand in hand, or you'll just be fixing the canal until it sinks below whatever.
and the sustainable ground, really, I think 2040 is kind of the year there, so we're looking in between there. And a lot of that is working with the different agencies there that are right in that area, because it is to some degree a shared problem. So that's where we're working with them to get some,
Right.
lesser reduction in the near term.
Yeah, that's why I continue to see the greater groundwater, percolation efforts to not only sustain the groundwater, protect the canals, and there's ecosystem benefits. It's almost sort of returning to a natural state in a more organized, engineered way. And
Yeah.
the more we can think through that groundwater percolation problem, it'll help solve all the things you're talking about.
I absolutely agree, and agree that that's, yeah.
Thanks. I appreciated the rest of your presentation. I think one of the things that we're talking about flexibility, I think reliability is kind of the end goal, right? That's what we're trying to get with flexibility. So looking at that slide, the delta complexities, I thought that was, it is complex. And so I guess as a state, are we doing everything that we can on the legally that we can kind of address some of the complexity there to have that reliability and the flexibility?
Yeah, I think, one of the efforts that foremost right now is the new incidental take permits for the operation of the project. And so I think, I'm not sure if this is directly answering your question, but that just sort of, think about kind of the legal framework for, that's a process where we have all of, have a lot of the different entities engaged in, and that adaptive management piece is one that we're really emphasizing, is how we can continue to have some flexibility that leads to some reliability. Think that, part of that is a, kind of a legal permitting, part of that is, we believe is an infrastructure issue, and think that again, conveyance is important, got to be an important part of the long-term picture there. I don't know if that completely
That
answered
does.
your
I just,
question,
I think ultimately I was looking for, yes, we're making progress on that kind of thing, and do you feel like that's something that we're able to address, that we're moving forward, that people are coming together, working together to help address some of the complexities that are going on there?
I think we have groups coming together. I think, no, not everybody's coming together, and there's still a lot of conflict because of the complexities, and I think the ITP process will improve things, but I don't think it'll improve it enough to where we'd feel like, yes, this is reliable, our work is done here, if that makes sense.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Yarborough.
Thank you. I really appreciate getting
Really
to chat with you all.
appreciate that. Answered a lot of questions today. We're now going to bring up Mr. Lilly to talk to us about Los Angeles.
He's on Zoom,
Oh,
Chairman.
he's on, there we go. Sounds great.
Can you hear me? I get a note that says my video cannot start because the host has stopped it.
We can hear you. Go right ahead.
All right, well, thank you very much. I'm Keith Lilly, Deputy Director over Water Resources in Los Angeles County for our Public Works Department. And that includes the LA County Flood Control District. So today I want to give you an overview of how we handled the recent storm events and some key takeaways. I think that you'll find there's certainly some similarities with the prior presentation on the State Water Project with the importance of operational flexibility and some of the challenges when that flexibility doesn't exist. Shortly after the atmospheric storms last month, I joined a team with our county fire department, did an aerial assessment of our reservoirs, our major dams, and how the storm had impacted them following a number of them having burned watersheds. And then Engineering News Record, which is a national engineering construction industry publication, joined us and made a video, which I'd like to run for you. I think it's about 3 minutes that shows a good overview of our facilities and how well they performed.
So after these storms, you see a lot of debris, and now the water's really kind of this darker, browner, chocolate milk color. Because of global climate change, we're seeing more and more fires, and these fires with these burn areas denuded of vegetation result in magnitudes more debris flows that are coming down out of the mountains. Typically, we'll let it settle out here in the reservoir, clear up a little before we send it downstream.
Today we went out on a helicopter tour, and we went and flew over several dozen or so of our flood control facilities.
So we have a world-class flood control system here in Los Angeles County, and it serves a dual purpose, both flood protection, flood risk reduction to communities, as well as capturing and conserving that water to help with our local water supply. It's increasingly necessary that we capture and conserve more of the rainwater that we get locally, because we can't necessarily rely on imported water.
Basically, we capture that water in our dams, we send it downstream and divert it into our spraying grounds, which recharges the groundwater basins here in the LA region.
But we're increasingly seeing challenges to our mission with climate change impacting more fires.
That results in a lot of debris coming down. So we probably had close to 1 million cubic yards of sediment and debris come and wash down into our reservoirs. And that's okay, because that's what they're designed to do. They're designed to capture that sediment and then allow the water to continue downstream, which means we're really investing a lot right now maintaining the capacity in these. Means draining our reservoirs, going in there with bulldozers and excavators and hauling that sediment out so that we could restore the capacity in there.
We also, with climate change, see fewer storms, more intense when they come, and then long periods of drought in between. So all of these make for an increased focus on our infrastructure and ensuring that we have the resources to maintain them.
Our 14 major dams, they're all built back in the 1920s and 30s. And so we've had a very strong program to really invest in these structures, make sure that they're meeting current modern standards for dams.
One of the opportunities for investment in our infrastructure to meet these goals is our debris basins. These were built by the Corps of Engineers and turned over to us for operation and maintenance. Recently, the Water Resources Development Act was signed by the President, and in there is provisions to deauthorize those 31 debris basins that the Corps built, giving complete controls to the county, where we can now modify those to not only serve their flood protection function, but also to hold back and capture some of that stormwater and release it much like we do the larger dams.
We've invested over the last 20 to 30 years, roughly $300 million in going in there, upgrading electrical control systems, the valves, all the mechanical systems on the dam, and essentially bring it back to where these dams are ready to go and operability is ensured.
All right, I think we can go back to the PowerPoint.
We can see
starting
you.
with that third slide.
We got you.
All right.
Go ahead and take it away.
Right. Yeah, I'm not controlling the
Oh,
PowerPoints. So if we can go to the next slide. There we go. Perfect. All right, so this slide shows an overview of our network of infrastructure. The flood control district was was formed in 1915 by the state with a dual mission to both control and conserve the stormwater of the district. And we do that through this network of infrastructure. You see those stars, those are basically in the Angeles National Forest, the mountain range that runs from east to west north of the urban area. And then along that urban forest interface, we have 189 debris basins. So these are basically like small dams that don't have valves, but they have an outlet tower that basically lets the water flow through, and it holds back all the sediment and debris. And generally that's where our channels start. We have about 500 miles of open channels that take that flow and carry it to the ocean safely to prevent flooding. But when they built the system, they had the foresight to, divert flow out of those channels and put it into spreading grounds or percolation basins. We have about 27 of those throughout the county. If we go to the next slide. Actually, there's 3 slides here. You can kind of just move through them slowly that show a montage of articles. There was a lot of media interest on stormwater capture during the following the storms, during the storms, with the New York Times, CNN, LA Times, USA Today, KPCC Radio, CBS and NBC National News. Of note, our flood control system performed exceptionally well. Unlike some other counties, the news was not about flood damage in communities or rescues or loss of life. There's certainly some focus on the impacts to our roadways and sediment impacts to our dams, but mostly the focus was on stormwater capture and stormwater as a resource, recognizing that some water did go out to the ocean, and even criticism, why didn't you capture it? Next slide, please. So how did we do on stormwater capture? So since October, when the rainy season starts, we captured a little over 15 inches, or we received a little over 15 inches of rainfall in the LA basin. And that's our typical average annual. So we're at our average annual, and we're only halfway through the storm season. We have another 3 months to go. And we've already captured 143,000 acre feet. That's enough for 1.1 million people for their annual supply. If we can go to the next slide there. So in our dams, how do we do that? So you saw some of the video footage of the dams, but basically they're equipped with valves. They have good sized reservoirs, and as the flow comes in, we look at our downstream conditions, and if the other infrastructure is doing well, the storms aren't that intense, we hold that water back. That way the water in the LA basin can go to our spreading grounds, fill them up, continue to capture that water rather than letting it wash out to the ocean while we store that water in our dams. But we do have to be flexible. We have to look at this incoming storms, how they're behaving and what's going on. I think one of the commissioners earlier mentioned the forecast informed reservoir operation, where real-time rainfall data and forecast affect such operational decisions. And we've actually been doing this for decades. Our reservoirs are smaller than the State Water Project. We're able to drain them much more quickly over a matter of days in some cases. And during storms, we may capture and fill them several times during the storm seasons. But we're able to, again, look at downstream conditions and make decisions. As mentioned on the video, we've spent about $300 million in the last 20 years upgrading all of our dams to meet seismic and spillway requirements for safety, operating those electrical, mechanical, security systems, and really allowing more flexibility, putting in some smaller valves that match capacity with our spreading ground intakes, or lowering the intakes, or putting in valves that may be more tolerant of sediment depending on the facility location, where we may not have to hold as much of a pool or in the reservoir to keep the sediment away. Next slide, please. And then, where do we send that water? It's to these spreading grounds, or these, large basins in areas where the geology lets that water percolate quickly down into the groundwater basins. LA gets about a third of its water supply from local groundwater. So we have about 2,500 acres for these 27 spreading grounds, with over 23,000 acre feet of capacity. And they've been operational since about since the 1920s. And we've invested in enlarging and deepening these. And we average about 200,000 acre feet per year of water that's recharged in these spreading facilities. In fact, even today, we're still moving water through our system from our dams into these spreading grounds and into the groundwater based on, from the January storms. And then after these, storms occur, we have flexibility during the dry season or even between storms, where we average about 60,000 acre feet of imported water that's purchased from those that own the water rights, that manage the groundwater aquifers, as well as about 45,000 acre feet of recycled water that we use our facilities to recharge. Next slide, please. So as you saw in the video with climate change, we're getting more periods of drought, drier watersheds, more wildfires, followed by intense storms that wash all that rock, mud, debris, vegetated matter into our facilities, certainly, jeopardizing our ability to hold as much water and potentially impacting the ability to provide flood protection. This is our Santa Anita Dam and Reservoir. If you look at the photo on the left, there's a little below and to the right of the spillway, you see some stairs going down and a little riser structure. Basically, that's where the water would fill up and go through this riser and out. And it's restricted to a height because of seismic safety concerns. So it's been strengthened to hold a certain level, and above that, we allow it to free drain. If you look on the photo on the right, that outlet tower is almost buried. It's still draining. We go out there and clear the area, but we have an emergency project that we expect to be there in the next couple months, clearing out this sediment, and it's going to cost us about $50 million. Sediment certainly, compromises our ability to balance our water conservation and flood control capacities. Certainly in other dams where, if we've limited or lost a lot of capacity to sediment, and we're looking at, the size of storms or the likelihood of different size storms, we're not going to hold that water back, even if we don't have capacity at our spreading grounds. We're going to have to let that go so that we have that capacity for critical flood protection. Next slide, please. So this is just one of our debris basins. So basically a photo standing on the small dam, and that's one of those outlet towers where, the water sediment comes in, the water drains out. But as you can see that we had a significant amount of sediment. There was a burn in the watershed above this. Overall, through our reservoirs and debris basins, we've had, about 1 million cubic yards of sediment come in from the January storms. And I'd like to point out that this, climate impacted post-fire debris flows, these are ones that did not flow through our communities, causing loss of life or property damage and disruption. And this is not sediment that required other agencies to come out and respond to emergency situations. But it did, fill up these facilities, and we have to remove it in anticipation of the next round of storms. Next slide. Yeah, so this one just kind of reiterates some of those metrics I've mentioned. Basically with our sediment management needs, we have a 10-year program to remove what's come in through some of these facilities recently, as well as over the past several years following fires, with a cost of about $550 million to address that need. And we see, the number of fires increasing, the cost of sediment removal increasing, and it's becoming more and more difficult for agency to really bear all the cost to restore that flood protection and water capture capacity as we get ready for the next rounds of storms. Next slide. Yeah, so I have just a few more slides left. I want to highlight that, in addition to this major regional stormwater infrastructure, the county also has established a safe, clean water program that captures, cleans, and reuses stormwater at a neighborhood or community scale. And that program also provides other community benefits like park improvements, habitat, green space, mitigating heat island effect, things like that. This program was a result of our 2018 ballot measure. Of course, it'd be Measure W for water. And it resulted in a parcel tax that collects about $280 million a year for such project. And so through implementation of this program, with projects approved, they'll be built over the next 5 years, and those already built, it should be enough water to serve about 500,000 people per year. And to date, we've awarded about 101 regional projects over 47 municipalities. That represents a $1.2 billion investment. So not just the, roughly half of that we collected through the program, but also matching funds, grant funds, and almost not quite half of that, $530 million going to disadvantaged communities. The next slide, please. So this is just an example of one such project, really a neighborhood scale project that collects about 40 acres of runoff. It goes into a, Green Street project that has some vegetation, some trees, some shade. It gets filtered out. You have a sediment chamber, like an oil skimmer, some, hydrocarbon boom and filter. So, these type projects are targeting, nutrients and bacteria. And they're for this, small, we call the 85th percentile storm, or this, half, 3/4 of an inch rain that you get typically, every year, maybe you get it several times a year. Kind of think of it as that first flush where, it rains and all those pollutants that have accumulated get, instead of them being washed out and going into our, rivers, lakes, and streams, as mandated by our MS4 permit, we need to clean that up before it gets to those water courses. So this is a project that does that, but then, uses that water either for irrigation or recharging the groundwater. Next slide, please. And this is just a larger example, more of a community scale, 200 plus acre area, 8.5 acre feet of capacity for these subsurface vaults. And it's topped with a park that serves the community, that, has reduced heat island effect, recreational amenities, shade, trees, green space, recreational space. This project is expected to conserve about 16 million gallons a year. Next slide, please. And then, I just like to kind of mention some key takeaways to improve our water supply resilience and bring us closer to, what's my goal for my role at Los Angeles County Public Works, to ensure all Los Angeles County residents have access to safe, clean, and reliable water resources. First, that the Safe Clean Water Program is being very successfully implemented at a local scale. We just need more projects faster to capture and conserve more local water. That our regional flood control, protection, and stormwater capture infrastructure is performing very well, but we need more funding to address climate impacts, remove sediment, and modify dams and spreading grounds to be ready to capture more stormwater as it becomes available during these less frequent but higher intensity storm events. And then lastly, that we really need multi-agency collaboration. And one of the efforts my team's working on is what we call the Los Angeles County Water Plan. The county has over 200 water agencies, very fractured governance. Really, everyone that's worked at kind of their siloed approaches has solved the problems they can solve, and those challenges for the region to really solve the pressing problems are going to require collaboration and work together on. And so we've brought these agencies together. We've kind of agreed on what some of these primary challenges are and how we might approach them. And we'll be going to our board of supervisors for adopting that program, in the near term. Really, we're focused on regional water supply reliability, groundwater management and quality, small out risk, water system resiliency and drinking water equity, and watershed sediment management. And one last slide, go to the next one. I know ran a little long, so thank you for your patience. I really like this slide. It highlights the impacts these storms have had in raising attention, not just to drought conditions we've been experiencing, but really to the opportunities we have to capture stormwater and improve our local supply resiliency. This photo is at our Tujunga spreading grounds, and it's the first time the facility was filled to the brim with stormwater capture. It had recently been doubled in size through a partnership with the City of LA Department of Water and Power and Public Works, and it now captures about 64,000, enough water for about 64,000 residents, which is really roughly the size of the community it's located in. It was visited by Vice President Harris, shortly following the storms. Included, your Natural Resource Secretary, Wade Crowfoot, and Assistant Secretary of the Interior, Tanya Trujillo. And also included to the right is my director, Mark Pastrella. And they all, had a good discussion out there, talking about the need for federal, state, and local partnerships to best address these opportunities, as well as the need for emergency funding to help restore capacities at these multi-benefit reservoirs. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Commissioners? Okay, yes, Commissioner Solorio.
Thank you. Very impressive figures and programs overall. We had a ton of rain this year, so awesome, an amazing job capturing all that and dealing with the other cleanup aspects to that. My question is, how do these figures compare to non-rain years? The prior, 2 or 3 year obviously were very dry. Do you have any kind of like high-level numbers of how much stormwater you captured in the 1 or 2 prior years?
Yeah, significantly less. And interestingly, what we've seen in these, when we've had periods of drought, like we may find we got 75% of normal rainfall, but we end up with 50% of normal stormwater capture. Just because it's so dry, not as much water gets delivered towards our facilities. Some of that we know is still getting in the ground. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. I'd say, half or less the last couple of years than compared to our 200,000 acre feet capture normally.
Right, yeah, well, I would think it would be at that level at least. What I did appreciate seeing from your presentation here, a lot of these are larger projects that, seem to make sense, and it's about economies of scale, because I think a lot of people, when they hear about stormwater projects kind of in urbanized areas, they kind of all, view the photos of, what you can do like on your block or your alley, and those projects look so small, or they include vegetation that if it's not raining, then you also lose the vegetation associated with that. So I appreciated seeing the variety of different kinds of projects that you're doing, including those that benefit local communities and disadvantaged communities. So thank you and good work.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Mackler.
I'm just curious, I don't know very much about stormwater, and this was a very useful presentation. One of the questions that I had is, since you're talking about stormwater going through developed or maybe even undeveloped, like agricultural areas as well, how should we be thinking about the proportion of the money that you're spending that is going to sort of toxic control or pollution control? And what sort of programs that you might have in place or facilities that haven't been addressed in this presentation? And just a quick overview. I appreciate that may be a totally different presentation, so I don't mean to.
Right. I mean, one of the focus areas in the water plan that we're looking on is contaminated aquifers. So there are legacy pollutants in some of our groundwater basins that don't make them suitable to add water or recharge water and extract them where they have to be extracted and cleaned, and there's efforts to clean some of those up. In terms of just urban runoff pollution, that's really the goal of the MS4 permit, regulated by the water board and our regional water quality control board, where we're required to meet numerical limits on these constituents, the bacteria, sediment, metals, before they reach the receiving water bodies. In some cases, that's our blue line streams that may actually just be concrete channels. So there is a required kind of decentralized effort to capture it where you can before it gets into these channels, and we're using that opportunity when we capture and clean the water to reuse that water. So it's either for irrigation for the park facilities that may be there, or it's in a place suitable to recharge the groundwater. But there is that issue of scale that it's costly, right? So it's these larger regional facilities like our dams where you can put a spillway dam on top of the spillway, maybe gain 8 feet, and the cost per acre foot of that might be a tenth of that for some of these other type of projects. But they are serving those other benefits of water quality, as well as direct impact of providing, green space, recreational space for communities.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lilly. Very, very good presentation, very appreciative, very informative. Holly.
Public comments?
Oh, yes, of course. Do we have any members of the public with raised hands?
I've received no request for in-person comment, and I see no raised hands.
We'll give the commissioners one more shot. I think they're pretty good. Sounds great. Really appreciate it. What do you recommend? Should we break like originally planned, or do you want to take some?
Well, Chair Swanson, you have 5 of the 6 presenters for the next item in the room, so you could start. The item, would you like to take a 5-minute break and then take some of that before you go to lunch?
Yeah, we'll definitely take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's take a 5-minute break and come back. I will check with all your presenters, and then we can
Sounds good.
start. Great. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Be back. See you in 5. Exactly. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to kick off our long-term drought expert panel on drought preparedness and response strategies. In support of Water Resilience Portfolio Action 26.3, the Commission will hear practitioners and policy perspectives on implementation of drought preparedness and response strategies. Panelists have been asked to address the following questions in their presentations. How do we protect communities and fish and wildlife from the impacts of drought? What kind of planning is needed to prepare for drought? Governance. What are the data gaps? How do we fill them? What role does public education, communication, and engagement play in drought preparedness and response? What policies and investments should the state make to best prepare for long-term drought? Prior to hearing from our first speaker, Assistant Executive Officer Laura Jensen will address the Commission. Ms. Jensen.
I'll be standing in for Laura Jensen today. Thank you, Chair. I did want to thank your panelists for getting here early. We were trying to manage some time, so they did get here a little early, so thank you very much for doing that. Staff is pleased to have a great panel for the Commission today, representing different perspectives on the drought topic before us. Today you'll hear from Heather Cooley, Director of Research at Pacific Institute, Dr. Jeffrey Mount, Senior Fellow at the Public Policy Institute of California, Dr. James Sarmento, Executive Director of Cultural Resources for the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. Elizabeth Salomon is General Manager of the Mendocino County Russian River Flood Control and Water Conservation Improvement District. David Peterson, General Manager of Las Virgenes Municipal Water District, and Tom Butler, Vice President of the Sutter Basin Corporation and California Rice Commission. Staff has carefully selected these panelists to present to you today because they encapsulate diverse thinking and experiences that we are encountering as we do our drought work. Each presenter is an important voice in this conversation, and on some topics, presenters will have a good degree of agreement, and on others, their viewpoints may diverge. All of them have valid perspectives that represent the larger others around the larger proverbial table. I encourage you as commissioners to engage with presenters, to ask questions, and to clarify differences to help us all better understand the ways in which drought is being and can be managed in California. I'll make a note that we are scheduling future panels that will cover the topics of wildfire, drought linkages, and also one on desalination. So those panels are yet to come. Before turning the floor over to our panelists, I'll have a few other updates on the drought work being done under this effort. First up, exciting news, the Impact Magazine, a publication of the American Water Resources Association, has published the first of a double edition on drought in California. These magazine editions are being guest edited by your Assistant Executive Officer, Laura Jensen, and complement our drought work by capturing considerations and issues impacting drought planning and response in California. The first edition is available for free online on the American Water Resources Association website. The next edition we anticipate will be out in March. Our March Commission meeting was to include a report out on the Drought Working Group's work product, and that briefing is being pushed out one more month to give the group more time to complete its work. Lastly, as some of you may have seen, DWR's call for letters for interest for the Drought Resiliency Interagency and Partners, or DRIP, collaborative. This is not the same as our Drought Working Group, although it has several similarities and the two efforts are complementary. The DRIP Collective, or the DRIP Collaborative, is a standing group created by SB 552, and that will allow the state and interested parties to better communicate and coordinate work related to drought. Our drought work will be well positioned to serve as a foundational reference for that group. Staff is in touch with the DRIP Collaborative staff to ensure that the efforts are aligned. And with that, Chair, I will take it back to you, and we can hear from our panel, or begin to hear from our panel.
Well, thank you so much, Executive Director Young. Well, thank you. We're now going to move to Heather Cooley, Director of Research at the Pacific Institute. Thank you for being here.
It's on? Okay, great. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to speak with all of you. I'm going to talk a bit about solutions for building water resilience in California. Next slide, please. I'll start and really talk about the definition of water resilience. It's a term we're using more and more, and talk about key shifts for enhancing resilience around rethinking water demand, rethinking supply, and rethinking water management. I'll talk then about some of the progress we've made, what we see with respect to water use and water supply trends in California, and then some of the recent work we've done on identifying the untapped potential for California's urban water supply. What more could we do in some key areas? And then I'll end with a few takeaways. So next slide, please. I want to start and just talk about the drought that we're experiencing. As shown here, throughout the western U.S., the past 22 years in the southwestern U.S. have been the driest in 1,200 years, due in part to climate change. So there's also growing recognition that what we're seeing is not simply just drought, but a fundamental shift in our climate to a hotter and drier climate that will also include longer, more intense droughts. So an important shift that will require us to change how we use and manage water, as you all know, and as we've heard more of today and recently. So next slide, please. Many in the water community are now using the term water resilience. And of course, many are familiar, I think more familiar with the terms sustainability and water security. So I'll talk a little bit about sort of water resilience and what that means. We've been hearing more and more of it. The term really emerged in response to climate change, but it's now recognized to include a broader range of shocks and stresses on our water systems and our communities. And given greater use of the term, we at the Pacific Institute really came together to try to define what that term meant. There's lots of different definitions out there. And what we landed on is that water resilience is the ability of water systems to function so that nature and people, including those on the front lines and disproportionately impacted, thrive under shocks, stresses, and change. One of the key, and we put out a memo on it, a brief on the idea, on the concept, and some of the key characteristics. But I think one of the important takeaways we had is the importance that our efforts around water resilience really build on a foundation of water sustainability and security, so that we not lose the lessons of water sustainability, the need to balance social, economic, and environmental needs, the needs to think about not only our needs today, but future generations. We can't forget those lessons. And so we can integrate these concepts and must integrate these concepts to help our communities, again, thrive under these new conditions. So next slide, please. There are really three fundamental shifts needed to enhance water resilience that we see. One is around rethinking water demand, second, rethinking water supply, and third, rethinking water management. And I'll unpack each of these in the next couple of slides. So next, please. First, to think about demand. We must shift away from a notion of an abundance of water. And begin and dramatically expand our efforts to reduce waste and inefficiency across all sectors. We must also rethink our economic priorities and choices. So in our urban areas, what that looks like is replacing our old and wasteful appliances and fixtures with newer models that use much less water. We can replace water-intensive grass with plants that are better suited for our climate and our changing climate. We can build denser developments, which can dramatically reduce the amount of outdoor water use. And we can fix leaks in our water delivery systems and on the customer side of the meter, so in homes and in businesses. We have new technologies that help us to do that. As such a large user, agriculture can and must also play a role. And we're already seeing some of these shifts, installing more efficient irrigation systems, protecting soil health, building soil health to help hold on to that water so that it's available to plants, and putting in less water-intensive crops, drought varieties that are less vulnerable to drought, and even in some instances fallowing some lands. Next, please. We must also rethink our supply, moving away from such a reliance on overtapped surface and groundwater aquifers, and look to new sources of supply. This can include recycling and reuse of water, can include capturing urban runoff, which we just heard of as well, and some forms of desalination as well, which I know you'll have a panel on soon. This can and must be done across scales. The building I show on the far right is a high-rise residential building in San Francisco that's using gray water and rainwater for toilet flushing and for irrigation. So they're doing it at a much more building scale and even installing at these district scales as well to complement the more centralized systems. These types of systems are now required in San Francisco in new developments and major redevelopments of 100,000 square feet and more. There's a lot of really exciting innovation that's happening in that place. And I just use that as one example. Next, please. We must also rethink how we manage water, shifting from a siloed approach where water and wastewater and stormwater are managed separately, where water and land use planning are disconnected, and embrace a more integrated approach. We must expand our definition of infrastructure to include our watersheds, to include upland forest, downstream wetlands, to really think about that in a much more integrated and holistic fashion. And we must embrace new technologies to get better data more quickly. I show here an image on the right there. That's from my phone, where I can go in and actively see how much water I'm using in my home at any point in time. There's lots of great new technologies that enable us to get more real-time data that we can then use to make better choices, and that's at the individual, the utility, and at the larger state scale as well. So, next please. I'll now turn to California and talk about some of the recent trends and the opportunities we have to do more. There's a widespread misconception that as we grow, we need more water. But the reality is that California has experienced a dramatic decoupling of water use and growth over the past 40 years. This figure is showing water use in blue, population, and then gross state product. I've indexed all values to their 1967 numbers. And what it shows is that prior to 1980, you could see that water use and population were growing at about the same rate. But beginning around 1980, there was an important shift. Water use began to stabilize, whereas the population and the economy continued to grow. And so over this 50-year period, we've seen that the gross state product has increased by a factor of 5, population has doubled, but water use has increased by just 13%. This is a really, I think, important point, and one we need to broadly recognize and acknowledge and think about how we can do more of this, because I do believe there's more opportunities. This decoupling is due to a couple of factors. It's greater uptake of water-efficient devices in agriculture and in our urban areas. It's more climate-appropriate plants. It's denser developments that reduce the amount of outdoor space that needs to be irrigated. And it's structural changes in our economy, a shift really from a manufacturing, water-intensive economy to a less water-intensive, service-oriented economy. So next slide, please. We've also seen significant increase in recycled water and other local supplies. Over this 50-year period, we've seen recycled water use triple. We're now using, or at least in 2020, about 728,000 acre feet. We're using recycled water for lots of different purposes. We're using it in agriculture, we're using it for irrigation, we're even using it for drinking water in some areas. A growing number of communities are also capturing stormwater, as we heard talked about previously. So we're seeing lots of new development in these alternative supplies, particularly these local supplies. Next slide, please. Southern California really exemplifies this shift, and it's made real, tangible progress in advancing water efficiency and in developing local water sources. This figure shows you can not only see water usage, which is sort of the sum total of those bars, but also the breakdown of the different water sources. And what we can see is that water use across Metropolitan Water District's service area in 2020 was about the same level as it was in the mid-1970s, despite significant population and economic growth. So really matching some of the trends that I had shown in the earlier slide for the state of California. The region has also increased its use of recycled water and other local water sources, and together these strategies have reduced reliance on increasingly variable and uncertain sources of imported water. And importantly, without these efforts, the region's water supply challenges would be much worse. So next slide, please. The Pacific Institute just last April released a report that looked at what the opportunities were to build on some of these successes. What more could we do in the areas of urban water efficiency, water reuse, and stormwater capture? How can we build on these successes to make our urban communities more sustainable and resilient? This study really focused in on the resource potential for these strategies, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. For urban water efficiency, let me also note that this is really a snapshot. This is the opportunities that exist before us now using existing technologies and practices. As new technologies and practices become available, as our population grows, these numbers could look quite different. So I did just want to clarify. But what we see, I'll turn your attention first to talk about the water efficiency. Again, we've made significant progress here. But we find that if all California homes were equipped with appliances and fixtures that are required in new homes, if businesses were a bit more efficient with their use, if all urban landscapes met the requirements of our model landscape ordinances, we could reduce urban water use by an additional 1.8 million acre feet, or by about 30%. If we also then went even further, looking at technologies and practices or fixtures and devices that are available on the market today, but are a bit better than our current standards, we could reduce water use by about 2.1 million acre feet, representing about a 48% reduction in urban water demand. Similarly, with water reuse, as I've shown, we've made a lot of progress there. We're now recycling about 25% of our municipal wastewater. We estimate that an additional 1.8 to 2.1 million acre feet of municipal wastewater is available for reuse. This is wastewater that's currently discharged to land, to the ocean, or into inland waters that's not reserved for in-stream flows. So we have significant opportunities, again, to build on our successes with recycled water and do more. And finally, urban stormwater capture. We don't have a great estimate of how much we're already capturing. What we evaluated was how much rainwater, how much precipitation are we getting in our urban areas on impervious surfaces, particularly in areas overlying groundwater aquifers. And we estimate that as little as 580,000 acre feet in a dry year up to 3 million acre feet in a wet year could be captured, is available for capture. It's not to say that this will happen, of course, naturally. There are a lot of investments, as we have heard, some of those happening in Los Angeles, required to capture that. What these studies, though, demonstrate is there are significant opportunities that remain in the areas of urban efficiency, water reuse, and stormwater capture. I think importantly, I want to emphasize that these strategies in particular not only provide water supply benefits, they can provide other important co-benefits. Stormwater capture, as we've just heard, can also reduce flood risk, improve water quality, enhance the environment, and community livability. Water efficiency obviously not only reduces water use, but it reduces the water-related energy use as well in greenhouse gas emissions. So it can help us meet not only our water goals, but our energy and greenhouse gas goals as well. Next slide, please. So finally, I'd like to conclude just to highlight and reiterate how climate change is really requiring us to fundamentally change how we use and manage water. We must embrace resilience, including prioritizing water conservation and efficiency to reduce water demand, diversifying our water supplies, including through reuse and stormwater capture, and shifting to a more integrated management that values green infrastructure and relies on better data and planning. So thank you.
On. There we are. Thanks for hanging around. I really do appreciate it. Okay, so I'm going to try and roll through this so you can go have lunch. And then, but if you have questions, you can either stop me while I talk or save them for the end. Next slide, please. I gave a talk the other day in which I realized I have no new ideas. I have stolen them from everybody. And these are the people I've stolen these ideas that you're going to hear from today. So in that list. Next slide. So real quickly, what I want to get at today, and I want to offer a couple of challenges for the commission to think about. In fact, I'm going to use something that will probably give all of you what I describe as pinch face in the middle of this when you say, I don't see what you're talking about. And I'll still get to the environment as a constraint. But I want to also remind you why we are having so much trouble managing the environment. And usually this issue is wrong. People get it wrong when it's all about outflow of the delta. Is today's hair on fire moment that they're talking about. Now, we tend to sort of miss why we're seeing such a decline in native species, persistent decline in native species. I'm going to do that, and then I'm also going to give you my radical ideas for how you might approach this differently, but these are not so radical. We've been writing about this for more than the last 5 years at PPIC. And again, I've stolen everything from all these other people. And then if there's time at the end, it might be worthwhile having a difficult conversation about the future of native species under rapid climate change. Next slide, please. Okay, first, this may seem like the statement of the obvious to you, but it's often missed in our discussions. We are surrounded by native species which are drought adapted. I mean, there's an extraordinary adaptation. So Heather talked about the worst drought in the last 1,200 years. They're adapted to that. They have a variety of strategies that they use for that natural selection has basically provided them. And there's really sort of three. There's the avoidance strategy. Let me give you a good example. Chinook salmon. The bulk of their population is in the ocean when something bad happens on land, and they come back when things are better. And that's a bet hedging strategy, so that's avoidance. There's resistance. I show here the Sacramento sucker. Those of you who know that fish, it's an incredibly durable fish. It can take high temperatures, low oxygen. It's really amazing how well they do during drought. And then there's recovery, which is used by lots of fish, and I'm giving here the Sacramento splittail, one of Peter Moyle's favorite fish. This is an obligate floodplain spawner, which is a phrase I learned from him years ago. I'm a geomorphologist, not a fish biologist, by the way. And the thing is they hang around. They live a long time. They hang around for a long time till they get their opportunity. And then what they do is they make amazing numbers of offspring. So they will, if there's enough water this spring, they'll be out there on the floodplain making babies in huge numbers. And that's what they do. And so that's an example of three resilience strategies is how they deal with drought. Next slide. The problem is the way we manage water and land historically and today has beat these resilience strategies out of all of these native species, with the there's some exceptions out there. They're hanging in there okay. And the first and foremost is that we've disconnected our watersheds, right? We have major dams on all our large rivers, so that's the upstream, downstream disconnection. You got a nice picture there of the Sacramento River, which is, of course, we've disconnected the lateral disconnection, which was absolutely vital for some of these strategies. And of course, there's the vertical, which you're also going to be considering, and that's groundwater pumping. So groundwater overuse has also been part of that disconnection. The second is, if you manage water, you were listening to earlier from what was going on in LA. If you're managing water, you don't like variability. You want reliability. And so what we do when we engineer variability out of our system, and yet every one of these species, these drought-adapted species, adapts to that natural variability. We also have fundamentally changed water quality in this system in ways which were unimaginable even to me as an undergraduate, which, by the way, it was a colder and wetter climate. That's a long time ago that I was an undergraduate. But it isn't just that we've warmed water up and we've added these nutrients. There's all kinds of changes in water quality that we did not anticipate would have such huge effects. The fourth, of course, is we are a wonderful place for guest species. One of my colleagues used to say, if you're surprised by the fact that the Delta is full of species from a lake in Arkansas, that's because it has become a lake in Arkansas in terms of that fundamental change that's gone on. So as one of my friends calls them, guest species do well here with the changes that we have. And then the last is the part that you just don't hear much about, is the way we manage, and hatcheries comes to mind, the way we manage these things is actually reducing genetic diversity in these species. And the salmon and steelhead are our primary, that we try to do big production of those fish in the hope that that works. But no, their drought strategy was based upon lots of different timing and lots of variability within those species. So all of those are working against the natural drought resilience in species. So it isn't just flow. That's what I'm trying to get across to the commission. That's what we focus on, that's what we fight on. No, it's much more complicated than that. Next slide. And I put this chart up. This isn't the thing that we just did in impact. You can go look at the details. All of these strategies, these drought adaptation strategies, we basically work against. So we need to keep that in mind as you're thinking about remedies for trying to manage native species, is that, well, okay, go ask yourself the question, what are we doing that basically enables these drought adaptations? Next slide. Because I'm from the Public Policy Institute of California, formerly University of California, Davis, I cannot leave here without offering some policy prescriptions for you to think about. That would be bad, or at least out of character. And I want to come down to the root of the problem. And this is the pinch face moment, okay? The root of the problem is we treat the environment like a constraint rather than a priority. And nothing exemplifies that more than the WIN Act, 2016 WIN Act, when it wanted to provide the maximum quantity of water supplies practicable without causing additional harm. That's our strategy. It's based on the Clean Water Act, it's based on the Endangered Species Act. What if things are in such bad shape that not causing additional harm really creates no benefit when things are already in pretty bad shape? And I've already made the point that things are in pretty bad shape. So I think the thing I would say to the commission, as you develop your sort of strategies here, how do you shift the environment to become a priority rather than a constraint? And again, that's this constraint approach. I'm happy to have this long discussion about it, but that constraint approach, it's everything we do. We use the Endangered Species Act to manage water. That's been a fundamental mistake, even though the act will be 50 years old. We use a threshold-based regulations, often based on water year type, and we are unable to adapt our regulations to changing conditions. Last time we did a water quality control update for the Delta, 1995. So these things don't change easily. And so this is my point. If it was a priority rather than a constraint, we would deal with it very different. And I give you lots of examples. Next slide. So I've got, again, because I'm from the Public Policy Institute of California and have been writing about this stuff extensively for the last 5 years, I have a couple of proposals for you to think about. When you are thinking about this, the shift away from constraint-based, Endangered Species Act-driven management, how would you do this? Well, the places that they are trying to do this, and this is around the world, and we've written about this a lot, As the shift toward ecosystem condition is what you're managing for. And ecosystem-based management actually integrates human uses into water management. It is not constraint-based. It's actually multiple objective-based. And you produce net greater benefits with less conflict. Again, I'll give you the articles that we've written on this and you can look at it. Next slide. Another is the radical notion that if you're going to move away from a constraint-based to a priority-based, your partner, the environment, the third leg of your water management stool, right? The third leg, urban, agriculture, and the environment. Those are the three. If one of those legs goes out, the other two fall down. It's the argument. Well, if you're going to do that, start treating the environment like a partner. And the way to do that is to grant the environment assets. And if you have assets and you can sit at the Waffle House with the other people who are managing the water, and you sit at that table and you are able to bargain at that table and be directly involved in it, you're likely to have a better outcome. And that is our proposal. And let's start with granting an environmental water budget or an ecosystem water budget. Grant the environment a budget and tell the people who manage it to do the best job they can with the budget that they have. That actually has and they have to be able to flexibly manage it. This is extremely important because if it's the rigid regulation-based approach that we currently take, it's not worth it. You have to have some flexibility in your ability to management and respond to conditions. So for example, you don't dial in, we're going to do this in the delta if it is this water year type. No, we're going to grant this amount of water to the environment and we're going to manage it flexibly in response to changing conditions. Next slide, please. And so this is the key, and we've been saying this for some time. You can actually integrate without major changes in water rights law, without major changes in Endangered Species Act, Clean Water Act. We've argued you can take this approach with existing laws. And that is integrate them into basically have it function like a senior water right. We have argued that one of the biggest problems is conflict of interest. So if you're going to make the environment a priority rather than a constraint, who's going to be in charge of the environmental assets? And if it's those who, put yourself in the position, Commissioner Swanson, put yourself in the position of having to make that decision when you are seeing this tension between what are we going to do with the water for the environment versus what are we going to do for supply? Well, they've tried it. There's an experiment. It's called the San Joaquin River Restoration Project. And if you look at it, they have an independent ecosystem manager who is given a budget, the equivalent of an ecosystem water budget, sets the plans, and decides how it's administered. Admittedly, the Bureau of Reclamation ultimately makes that decision, but so far hasn't objected to it. It's getting that flexibility. And I would also argue, treat it like a water right. Allow them to store it. We have a wonderful, elaborate, put-you-to-sleep project we did last summer on storing water for the environment, which argued you might want to think about the most efficient way to do this is to set aside space in reservoirs as well as a portion of inflow allocated to the environment and allow it to be operated as if you were a water operator. So that's extremely important. And this produces greater certainty for water users. That's what happened on the San Joaquin. And less fighting over the existing water by having a fixed budget and term. Next slide. For years we've been saying the focus is entirely on water, and the fact is your focus should be on habitat, not water. And habitat is made of basically the interaction of water and the land it flows across. And one of the big things, and Commissioner Matsumoto is involved in this on a daily basis, worrying about this on the daily basis, is the pairing of water with land, because that produces the most efficient use of water. Simply measuring as your metric how much water flows out of the delta is, and we have argued this for years, inherently a mistake. What did you do with that water? How did you use that water? And our argument has been for years now, it is the pairing of water with physical habitat, which is the most efficient use of water set aside for the environment. So we have argued you have to use what's called a functional flows approach, which is basically looking at using that water and maximize its efficiency by pairing it with physical habitat, which is the next slide, which is shows you an example of where that's happening. And of course, on the right-hand side, that's the Cosumnes River. Okay, that's where the levees were breached and then allowed to degrade, and you reconnected water and land with extraordinary results. I'd love to tell you the stories about Peter Moyle and I walking around out there 20 years ago, and Peter looking down and going, holy expletive deleted, this floodplain is covered with fish. There's an immense number of fish here. Yeah, because you reunited land and water rather than leaving it in that rather sterile channel that you have on the left. Next slide. So what I'm arguing to you to think about as you guys prepare your strategy is the focus will always be farmer versus fish. And this is a false dichotomy, in my view. It is how to make the most efficient use of water set aside for the environment, so you get the highest return on the investment of water for the environment. And in my case, I've given you kind of a framework, and to sort of think about what's happened is we have beat drought resiliency out of native populations. How do you rebuild that resiliency, particularly in the face of rapid changes in climate? As Heather has pointed out absolutely correctly, what we're seeing is that we are now in the 21st century, the era of the hot drought. So this hot drought with these dry, very dry hot droughts, how do we do that and what do we do? So my argument is think. Disconnection, loss of flow variability, water quality degradation, introduced species, loss of genetic diversity, all of those are issues that you need to think about, not just volume of water. Next slide. Finally, I do want to say something, and it is a criticism we have had of just about everybody in the business. Plans matter. In contrast to what Eisenhower said, plans really do matter. And one of the things that's happened in places like the San Joaquin River, places like Australia, where they have committed to planning, when they call them environmental watering plans, where they've committed to planning and vetting those plans well in advance, rather than ad hoc responses to a drought emergency, we've got a plan going into this thing, and we have what's called a decision tree, that if this happens in this month, we're going to do this. If this happens in this month, we're going to do this. So everybody knows what's going to happen. So you're not rushing to the State Water Resources Control Board with a temporary urgency change petition. Okay? This is our plan, and this is what we're going to do in this year. Plans really matter, and they actually lead to considerable success. Next slide. So let me sum up. What I'm suggesting to you is I think you have to give some thought to how you make the environment a priority, not just a constraint in these systems. I strongly urge you to think about ecosystem-based management, which is a shift away from endangered species-driven management for water. If you're going to do this, you have to grant assets to the environment to be successful. That means they've got to have a portfolio of things that they can manage effectively, because that makes them a real partner in it. We have been strongly urging for years that it is not the water as much as it is the water on the land and how water interacts with the land and how you get at this sort of functional flows. And man, plans matter. And we don't have a plan. We do not have a state plan for how to manage changing climate and decline in native species. We don't even have a drought plan. Look at the last 2 droughts. We do a series of ad hoc responses to what's going on. So plans matter. And then last, and I'll leave you with this little stinker. We need to have at some point an honest conversation about what we're going to do in the future. I want to remind everybody it takes 20 years to get something done of any substance. Go ahead and ask the Klamath Dams people. Go ahead and ask Jerry Brown, who's right here, who's running the SITES program. It takes 20 years to do something substantive in water. And we all know in 20 years, things are going to be really different than they are today. So we need to stop fighting the last war and start thinking about the future and embedding that in us. And it might be some difficult decisions about where we set our priorities and what we want to invest in. I'm looking at Sandy, who probably wants to, Commissioner Matsumoto may want to strangle me for saying that. But I think we need to start having that conversation about what the future looks like. Next slide. Thanks. As you know, we write all the time. You'll get all of this stuff is in a series of publications over the last 5 years at the Public Policy Institute of California. So with that, thanks. I know you guys want to go to lunch, but I'm happy to entertain any questions if you have them.
Yeah, I think we're going to wait to the very end.
If you want me to.
Yeah, well, because we also have public comment as well. So, okay. Do we want to take these two and offer public comment
Since you have-
opportunity,
since you
then we'll
have-
do it?
Since you
Let's
have
do
the
that.
two of us here right now, and
Okay.
your memory
Bree,
is
is there any
short, let's
public
have Heather.
comment? In person or
I've
virtual?
received no requests for in-person comment, and I see no raised hands.
Okay. Commissioners? Mackler? I should have just said go.
You don't want to do that. Thank you very much for your presentations. I really appreciate them. So, two things, and so I suppose not to sound too much like a child of the 80s, but in neither presentation was raised the question of the pricing of water. And one of the issues that I have, and I'm not a water person, I am a developer, but I have found over the couple of years that I've been on the commission that there's very little transparency. There's a great deal of spread in terms of pricing. Different people pay different pricing. And what you are talking about, both of you, is about making these trade-offs. And they're pretty consequential trade-offs. And so the question that I have is why, and really neither of your presentations, and maybe I'm just, anachronistic, maybe I'm, analog and we've moved to a digital world, but why is there not a discussion about price transparency, price formation, price efficacy, when we start to talk about, pretty big policy changes? And I do have a follow-up for Mr. Mount, so.
I'm going to take this one and then, okay. So there were several, I think, issues to unpack there. And one is in terms of the variability in price. And there is tremendous I'll talk first about urban, perhaps. There's quite a bit of variability, in part because water sources that any agency may have, so where they're sourcing the water, the level of treatment that may be required, the level of wastewater treatment that they have, the size of those facilities can drive some of that variability. So it is very possible to have two agencies that are very close to one another to have very different sort of prices or costs for water. I do think of pricing as a tool for achieving, and I'll think about it more in the case of efficiency, for achieving efficiency. It's one tool, it's one way of getting there, in addition to incentives, regulations, and education and technical assistance. So I think it's part of the solution set that we have to drive those efficiencies. And there are lots of, I think, innovative efforts happening across the state. There's some really interesting sort of tiered pricing, budget-based pricing that has been used, again, on the urban sector to try to promote efficiency. I do think, though, one of the areas we need to be mindful is that water is unaffordable for many Californians and a growing number of Californians. We have a lot of issues, not only with respect to aging infrastructure and emerging contaminants and dealing with climate change. All of those things are putting an upward pressure on price. So pricing is a tool, but we must also provide a safety net. We must do better to provide programs, affordability programs for those that can't afford it. And there are lots of constraints with Prop 218, et cetera, but I do want to highlight.
No. I mean, I understand in terms of providing incentives for particular water conservation programs and thinking about, perhaps the regressive impact that would have on rate making, I think is critical, and I think you've tied that. I guess I would kick it up a couple levels of abstraction where you have water uses, and we've done this, with Commissioner Curtin. He and I do our math, and we figure out that, the cost per acre foot of bottled water is something like $600,000. And yet there are people that are spending. Oh, is that what it's up to now? Yeah. We've done that a couple of times, and then we see that there's other uses, that people in the ag community, for instance, or maybe, commercial, industrial, are paying $30 an acre foot. And so it's not just, I appreciate the frame that you have, and probably because of the nature of my question and the nature of your presentation, is looking at ways in which to incentivize, moves towards conservation and thinking about the end user. But there's that there is this question of, okay, there's a whole bunch of water being used in the state. We don't know what it costs, and that there's great disparities. I mean, $2.3 million per acre foot, somebody else is paying $30 per acre foot. And maybe the economic activity, I mean, there, what's that?
Yeah,
Well-
I mean, with respect to,
In some cases, those people aren't even paying for water.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Commissioners? Commissioners?
Folks, you all need to turn on your
Commissioners,
microphones if you're going to talk.
Can I have you guys turn on your mics when you speak, so the people online can hear you? I'm
Sorry, Joe.
So, okay, so that, and maybe I'm just making a conclusory point. I do have a question for Mr. Mount. So, really, again, enjoyed your presentation, and I also appreciate the way in which you went through it and talked about the species and the impact of the species, and I feel like one of the best things about being on this commission is I learn something every time, and now doing fish biology and everything like that. What you're proposing, though, your framing is quite radical. I mean, and I'm glad you're smiling when I'm saying that. I don't mean to jump on you, but, you know, as, you know, again, as a developer, right, I've had to deal with the Endangered Species Act my entire career, Clean Water Act my entire career, Clean Air Act my entire career. What I think you're proposing, and I just wanted to get it out, is sort of really changing the paradigm that was adopted during the, you know, Nixon administration, really thinking about, you know, sort of set-asides for the environment in a very different way, almost creating park-like structures. And I don't know if this is sort of segregating, you know, human activity from, you know, the natural world, but I mean, what you have laid out is, with a, you know, very nice demeanor, is quite radical.
So let me thank you, I think, is my answer. Let me set something aside for you to think about. You already allocate large amounts of water to the environment, and you do it through this minimum in-stream flow and water quality standards that are set typically by the state board or the regional boards. So they will set those. So the volume of water that is quite large. What I'm talking to you about is to, in some places, you will absolutely need to augment that amount of water that's available. And there's various ways. We can talk about various ways to augment the water, whether it's through regulatory, through purchases, or whatever, or voluntary agreements, for example. But by doing that, what you're talking to do is to package that water up so that you can make more efficient use of it. Okay? So it is, on the surface, it sounds pretty radical. But in reality, the environment already has a water right, has the equivalent of a water right, because we have minimum in-stream flow and water quality standards. The radical part that I'm suggesting to you, if you really boil it down, the radical part, the departure, is to stop focusing on specific life stages of specific species, and rather shift over to thinking about broad ecosystem function, what we want our ecosystems to look like. I mean, what do you do with the delta? There is no making the delta go back to what the delta was, especially since more than 90% of the biomass is non-native within the delta. So we are crafting future environments, and what I'm proposing is that the only way you're going to get there is to have some flexibility and to have assets that you can put.
So can I just ask one follow-up?
Sure.
And that, let me just put it in a frame. I want to use 5,000 acres to develop a solar park. Okay, there's species impact. That's probably my biggest issue, would be looking at endangered species. In your paradigm, where I'm not looking at the Endangered Species Act and I'm looking at, you know, how many turtles I'm affecting, or, you know, whatever the species is. If I say the species, I'm going to sound like I'm like,
I know,
you know,
It's okay.
pejorative. I don't mean it that way. How, in the paradigm that you're suggesting, would I think about that as a developer? What would be my approach? Because right now I'm looking at species count and my impact on habitat, but I want to use that land.
I understand completely what you're saying, and I will tell you, remember that what I am talking about is aquatic habitat. Okay, I'm not talking about terrestrial habitat. It's a different kettle of fish in terrestrial habitat, but the concepts are the same. The overall concepts are the same. That is, the question is not about the species, it's about the ecosystems and what sort of functions you want those ecosystems to have. Now, when we drill down to the individual solar project, 5,000 acre solar project, it gets a little more difficult for me to basically describe that for that particular project. But however, in that region that you're doing it, if they have a solid plan which is set forward, which deals with ecosystem function, the connectivity that you have, the kind of productivity, the biodiversity you want within those, well, then you can actually nest your effort within that regional plan, rather than dealing with that one turtle. That's my approach.
Kimberly?
Okay, I just want to follow up. So on that radical plan, so what happens if you're investing in ecosystems and then that species fails?
Yeah, that was my last point. This is a conversation none of us like to have. We just don't, right? Let me give you an example. Delta smelt are functionally extinct. I can have that argument until we're blue in the face. You can find a couple of them out there, but functionally, as a part of an ecosystem that is, you know, an organism playing, they're extinct. And I'm backed up by this by a lot of people who don't want to talk about that. And they don't want to talk about it because what everyone's afraid will happen, and this is why I think the commission needs to think about this, is that if the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service comes forward and says, and gets agreement from the state, that this species is extinct. It turns out we delist very few species, but it's extinct. What happens next? We have built an entire water operations system in which we're trying to maintain habitat for that specific species. Okay, now what? And I think it's time for us to have that kind of conversation and to say, well, what we want the Delta to be as an ecosystem, the issues that we're really concerned about, and you know, and most people that you talk to, you hang around and talk to, starving to death. The Delta is starving. As an ecosystem, it is so depauperate at this point, it is starving to death. So that's driving a lot of species into trouble. The thing is to get away from this, this winter is a great example, but I mean, literally to get away from worrying about that specific species and its life stage is probably the better approach. Let's take the body of water we're going to allocate to the environment. Let's do the best job we can to manage it, to meet an array of ecosystem functions. And oh, by the way, we're dealing with a novel ecosystem. It has no historic precedent. There's nothing in the world like the Delta right now. 90%, as I told you, it's more than 90% non-native biomass. I mean, it's a different system. So you are asking a good question. Yeah, and it gets really difficult, especially as we talk about climate change. Hey, you guys know we still have anadromy in San Diego, which is really amazing to me, that we have fishes that go to the ocean and come back, and these are steelhead and in places like that. Are we going to hang on to that forever? Or are we going to have some difficult discussions about where we put our priorities? And that is actually the way to ruin a party, by the way, I'll tell you, which I have done in the past.
Any other questions, comments? Commissioner Arthur.
I have a few questions for you, Dr. Mount. Gosh, where to start? I've been following your writings about the proposal for an ecosystem water budget for some years here. And, you know, I love the framework of priority versus constraint, because it does get to something, I think, in us, you know, as a community that we struggle with. Like, that shift is appealing to me. But I don't really understand fully what you're saying about water supply and flows, because I feel like I'm picking sort of different threads. On the one hand, you're saying it shouldn't all be just about outflows, right? So I get that. It's about functional habitat. But then I don't really get how you're describing a system here that would reduce conflict. Like, I don't get how...
That's a fair question.
You're not, I mean, to me, there's still a fundamental tension point between the water needs of our different users, and you've described we've driven a species to extinction. So, you know, our regulatory framework, we're not even successfully providing the flows when we're just so focused. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't get how you're describing something that reduces conflict.
Okay, so on the reduction of conflict, and again, I'm using I'm using places where there's been extreme conflict to look at this. And as you all know, there was an extraordinary level of conflict in Australia after the Millennium Drought, and when they basically reorganized their water program. And basically they did this, that they allocated a percentage of the water in this case, the percentage of the storage of water goes to the environment, it's fixed. What that means, actually, let me give you an example. It's even closer to home. So in the San Joaquin River Restoration Program, the settlement, and by the way, not that I'm ever going to advocate that you spend 20 years in litigation to try and come up with an environmental plan. But one of the novel things that came out of it is they said, here's your ecosystem water budget. It is a percentage of the unimpaired inflow, basically to Millerton Reservoir. You have designated somebody to manage that percentage. We did a bunch of interviews down in the valley this last year to look at how's that working. And biologic is not working all that great, okay? So that's a separate thing. But politically, it's working very well. And the reason is the water user community knows that amount of water is going to the environment this year. And that flexibility is really important to basically the way the administrator is able to operate it. And that has reduced conflict. Even though it's built of conflict, as I say, 20 years of litigation, that has reduced conflict. And they say, and I heard again and again, I don't like what they're doing with the water, but I like the fact that they've got a water budget.
I just can't help but hear part of what you're saying is drive species to extinction. They go extinct. That's what reduces the conflict. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know exactly what you're saying. And in fact, that's my fear. Okay? And this is where I think that we don't have, when they both California and federal government never designed the Endangered Species Act to be an ecosystem management act. That was the second bill that should have been done. How do we manage ecosystems, particularly at the watershed scale? How do we do this? We never got to there. But yet that's been our traditional lever. Most of the time, that's been our lever. What do you do when you take that lever away? And I think that's a legitimate. My colleague Peter Moyle has pointed out, we've got all these steelhead regulations in the San Joaquin Valley. He says they're not native to the San Joaquin Valley. They're hatchery fish now. They're all hatchery fish. They're somewhere else. If someone just in court challenges and wins, then what happens? So this is why I don't like using a single species. I would rather you use ecosystem functions. That and the fact that climate is changing very, very rapidly.
Well, and I think what you're really getting to, and Sammy, you hit it, which is you're talking about potential extinction of species. I saw a slide go by that said 50% of the species that are in threat of extinction are not on the ESA.
Yeah, they're not even listed.
Right. So what you're talking about is, we're talking about difficult conversations. This maybe isn't in our rubric here, but we're talking about difficult conversations, which is what species are really here, where do they come from, what can survive, what do we need, what has cultural history, all these types of things. And I think the same conversations in agriculture. We're trying to have these conversations, which is, can everything be grown everywhere? Should everything be grown everywhere? Is unproductive agricultural land worth putting the water on, with water being as valuable as it is? So that's a really sensitive conversation in agriculture that is akin to this conversation. I'm not saying what should happen. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying,
and no surprise,
we need to live in the real world
yeah.
and talk about what can we actually do to create the best environment that exists for whatever species we have.
So Commissioner Swanson, and maybe this will help. One of the criticisms we've had of environmental management is the inability to set priorities. If you give you an example, when you look at, we have a thing called, I think it's called a SWAMP or whatever it is. It's a state water action plan for the environment or something like that. And you looked at it and there's no prioritization. It's everything everywhere. And that can't happen. We haven't the resources, things are changing. We can't preserve everything. That's the wrong word. We can't make everything better everywhere. I don't think we can. So we need to set some priorities. And so that's part of it. My colleague, Brian Gray, has been reminding me, the law will not allow you to say, we are going to allow fall run Chinook to go extinct in the San Joaquin. You can't do that. Law is not going to allow you to do that. But you can set priorities where you are going to reduce risk, do the best job of reducing risk broadly, In fact, folks from the federal government have weighed in on this in the past in private conversations. So you can set priorities of where you are making an investment. But I can't, the Water Commission, no one can say, we're going to allow this species to go extinct here. You can't do that. The law's not going to allow it.
Yeah, it just seems like if we're thinking about priority setting, that should be more broad, like priority
Agreed.
in terms of where water goes across all different sectors.
I agree.
But what I'm hearing from you is basically like, which species should we just let die? Which I think is a little bit different than.
That was my last point. It might be that in the process of doing this, we have to have uncomfortable conversations about where we are going to set our priorities. I have my own personal priorities. I think anadromy, that extraordinary bet hedging strategy of fish, and then of course it's not just salmon, right? It's lamprey, it's sturgeon, it's even eulachon. You've all forgotten about eulachon in the Klamath River. Is something that is worth preserving here in California because it integrates all up and down our watersheds. It integrates our oceans and our watersheds, and that might have very, very high value. That doesn't mean a specific fish, but basically a life history strategy of a broad range of fishes. So that might be a priority for you. And if that's the case, there are places where you can be successful in this, even under the most aggressive climate change projections we have. I know you guys want to go to lunch.
So as a corollary to the law not allowing us to say we can't allow a species to go extinct, Mother Nature tells us we're not going to be able to stop species going extinct. That's a hubris which we all seem to have as a species here because we're the top priority. So, you know, this sort of fits into the whole idea that I think is something people can get their head around, that we need to re-engineer what we've done here. We'll never get it back to the way it was because it was an inland sea at one point, and there's a lot of people who live in the middle of that inland sea. But the closer we get to sort of a natural response to whatever the weather conditions are, and you know, you hear it in setbacks on levees and that sort of thing, and the stuff you're talking about, that's what makes sense to me. I mean, when you said this, I remember we went to visit, I guess it was a salmon, where they hatch the salmon and then they run it up the river in trucks. And it turns out that there were species up there that met the trucks when they let those little salmon out there.
They still do.
Yeah, that's the resiliency of the species that could tell that those trucks were going up there with salmon, which cracked me up to no end. And I remember when we were there, they brought out a bucket and there was like 2 little hatchlings or whatever you want to call them, with an enormous amount of money. This was in the forebay up on the San Luis Reservoir. Yeah. So that's because of the focus on that species, I assume.
That's correct.
Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense, and it also makes a lot of sense financially when you're talking about pricing. Yes, we should be talking about all this stuff. That's what we do here. We talk because we don't really have a lot of authority. So that's what we could do, is have these conversations.
I sort of view your authority as very broad.
Yeah.
Very broad.
I think their lawyer
well,
would disagree.
Because, I hate to say it, no disrespect, but you're a professor and you deal in these ideas.
Yeah, that's right.
Over across the street there, we can fix a species, but it's hard to get behind the whole big picture. Yeah. And no disrespect.
I realize this is easy for me as a pundit with no responsibilities to say these things. So.
I just want to, can I add one thing too? So just when you're talking about stored water for the environment, and one thing we do have, we're talking about WISP projects coming, new water available.
Sites.
That's just a great opportunity right there for water to be available for.
Can I just say,
yeah.
I want the commission to look very closely at the Sites Reservoir effort. And you know, as you know, PPIC, we don't endorse stuff. I mean, we kind of stay out of it, but we endorse good ideas. And I'm hearing out of them a very novel idea. They literally are talking about a budget for the environment and flexible application of that environment. So you might want to listen very closely to what they're doing there, because it might be the second model. The first one is the San Joaquin River Restoration Program, and then the second would be Sites, a place to do it and see how we're doing it. So I encourage you to listen very closely. We, as you guys know, we wrote a big long thing on this last summer on the Proposition 1 projects, which you guys can see we sort of tore all this part apart. And I think one of our concerns was there wasn't going to be enough flexibility of allocation of the water stored in those projects. So it's worth listening to Jerry and what he has to say. I'm sure you've heard from him before. Heather, I didn't mean to steal all this from you. Okay, thanks. Have a good lunch. And thank you for letting us talk to you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Helps press the button here. 1:55 will be back from lunch, and I think Mr. Sarmento will be up first.
Okay, I will check with your speakers and make sure that works, but.
Yep, that'd be
Okay.
great. Thank you. Apologize for running late. Okay, we're back. Yeah, we will. Yeah, well, our first one's online. So we will now hear from James Sarmento, Executive Director of Cultural Resources for the Shingle Springs Band of the Miwok Indians. James, good to have you. It was great seeing you here the other day as well.
Sekasim, Machuksis, and Kasiyami. So I greet you in 3 languages. So Nisanan, with Sekasin, Machuksis, with Miwok, and Kasiyami with Shasta, which is where I'm from. So I'm gonna quickly, I think that you have my PowerPoint presentation already. Yeah, there we go. All right, so if we can move forward to the next slide, please, I'd appreciate that. Right, so really I wanted, I'm really excited to be here with the commissioners and really thank you for your time and talking about California tribes and giving a tribal perspective. That was really great to have all of the discussion beforehand, kind of talking about moving forward. So just to kind of give a little bit of a primer, California tribal communities, there's 110 federally recognized tribes within the state of California, with 60 non-recognized tribes within the state boundaries. So that number actually varies between 45 and 60, with a total of probably 170 or so total tribes within the state of California. California has the largest population of natives within the state. Part of this is just California being historically in the deep past a really fantastic place for communities to thrive. Also, part of government policies to relocate communities from other reservations off state into California, where there were lots of cities and other programs within the state. So this is part of another kind of conversation that deals with the history. I can have you move the slide forward. So what you, and I turned off my video because I was getting a little bit of lag there, so I apologize for that. So one of the things to kind of consider is where tribes are located now is not where they were prior to contact. So there's a real difference between communities, Aboriginal territory versus a rancheria, reservation, and tribal lands. I work for the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. This is a perfect example of a community that lived at the Sacramento River and then was relocated up into the El Dorado County hills. I'm Shasta, so my own community lived near the dams up north and along the Klamath, and as part of actually the building of those, tribal members from my community were actually relocated several times because of the dams being put in there. My community is a non-recognized tribe. The Modoc, who are federally recognized, were actually relocated. So it's just kind of giving like an example. I really wanted to make sure that the commissioners knew when you're talking to tribes, there's a lot of different situations. So when you're talking to them and thinking about their Aboriginal territories and their rancherias or modern reservations, they're not always the same. And again, this is due in part to past and modern colonization practices by the state and federal government. One of the things I really wanted to highlight is what are cultural resources. And I think this is really important because I think we end up talking a lot about these in terms of as both physical and non-physical items. So for tribes, you know, we're considered, we consider water, plants, animals, fish, our language, baskets, regalia, sacred sites, village sites, burial sites. These are all cultural resources to us. So these all have varying degrees of um, physicality to them. Some of them have really strict spaces. Some of them are cultural landscapes. So they may be water that is that has plants and animals and fish associated with it in a in its own biome. And that cultural landscape has been used since time immemorial and was utilized by the community. One of the things I wanted to kind of bring to the commission's attention, or at least kind of think about, is when talking and engaging with tribes, you know, it is important to engage tribes early in that in terms of any projects that are going on. I actually wanted to, like, today is kind of like a perfect example, and I really wish I was there. Because you had the Fremont Weir project. This is actually a fantastic example of needing and would benefit actually from tribal consultation and tribal perspectives early on. That area where the Fremont Weir is at is actually been utilized by community members, specifically Shingle Springs, but lots of communities right in that particular area. So in terms of like understanding like what would happen when you are going to be doing varying activities out there, you know, it's important to talk with tribes early on. You know, the other kinds of issues that comes up in those areas in terms of thinking about, you know, I was thinking about the Fremont Weir project earlier, is that, you know, erosion is like one of those things where you have, you know, waters receding, you know, because of drought or you know, overflowing because of flooding, and then that recession through time, you know, the erosion actually causes buried cultural resources or artifacts or archaeological resources to be to come to the surface, which is complicated because I think often like those don't have specific nexuses that can be that there's little or no nexus like in the law to kind of go after. Additionally, like maintenance projects or other kinds of things, when we're talking about projects and things that are going on, you know, there's no there's no consultation that's required for everyday maintenance. Although there may be a cultural resources and other kinds of activities that are out there that may benefit from tribal participation early on. You know, again, sort of other kinds of things to think about, you know, early on in terms of engaging tribes early on is really, you know, like spaces where we're talking about like dam projects and those kinds of things, conveyances and others. You know, was thinking about the state water project or watching that presentation earlier today, and you know that all of those would benefit greatly from having increased participation by tribal people. Part of that is knowing and understanding where their cultural resources are on the ground, and also where you can start to do real water work and real restoration of these areas through time. If we can move the slide forward, please. So one of the, you know, being part of the drought group, wanted to actually come to the tribal small group discussion that took place as part of that. And I really want to thank Laura Jensen for doing the work and on this. So if we can move the slide forward. So part of that tribal small group discussions that we're having in regards to drought, there were several questions that were asked, and those are on the, should be, I think, on the left side or right side on it. So the overview, essentially, these were done in November of 2022. There were 4 meetings. 20 tribes / organizations were engaged. This is actually, you know, earlier I said that there's probably about 170 tribes. That's 12% of potentially all the tribes in California. That's not statistically significant if you're looking at that, but not, it's, yeah, I know that there's a commitment by the commission to do better, so I'm excited to see that there's going to be other things going on in the future, but 12% is not a lot. Some of the questions that were asked of the groups were, how do you define drought? Is your community being impacted by current drought? How is it being impacted? What impacts do you foresee in the future? How can traditional ecological knowledge be incorporated into the state's approach to drought? And I think all of these questions were extremely important, and some of the answers that came up from tribes, I think you'll see in the next several slides, really kind of give pause on what and how the commission engages with tribes. If you can move to the next slide, please. So I've been talking a lot about engaging tribes early, and I feel like that was these were the big points that came out of the tribal small group discussion. I'm going to be probably saying that one a lot, and part of that is in my role as executive director of cultural resources at Shingle Springs. We're always trying to get ahead of the projects. I personally hate being at an adversarial level with agencies, but I'm often placed in that space. And part of that is because of the processes that have been developed by the state through time, and how varying agencies engage with tribes. So that early engagement actually puts us at a level playing field. It recognizes that government to government relationship that tribes have with the state. And really, in terms of being able to capture that knowledge, tribes are looking through a vastly different historic knowledge than than other communities. And part of that is that their knowledge is deep and often looks thousands of years in the past, but also looking thousands of years into the future. So it's looking both back and forward. If you can move slide forward, please. So many of the participants of that small group, excuse me, they provided diverse they recognize that drought is a part of life, and it's actually, we expect these things. They happen through time. It just, it's not so out of the ordinary, but the thing that is made it complicated is that many of these processes have been advancing quicker, and part of that is through climate change and other processes that have changed the landscape around through time. There's also one of the things that was brought up was that drought is actually highly political for communities, in terms of how tribe and tribal members obtain water, but also water rights is incredibly important to tribes, and being able to understand, some of it is understanding what their particular water rights are, but not just the water rights of the surrounding communities, and how communities basically can utilize water and other resources through time. Have you move the slide forward? So participants pointed out that drought impacts and tipping points are very place specific, and noted that the sources of drought impacts often extend beyond their land and their control. So they have, excuse me, so they can't solve them on their own. So essentially, as I was saying earlier, sort of that difference of footprints of Aboriginal territories versus tribal lands in which they actually operate now. Again, sort of that time scale or that placement of where people are now is vastly different than what they are, and being able to actually affect changes on lands that you may have a particular knowledge of, but don't have ownership of because of being forcibly moved off of spaces. So it's one of the things that came up during the discussion. Again, natural resources are basically being impaired. Traditional foods are essentially less abundant. And part of that is human and wildlife conflicts are basically increasing through time. Some of the responses essentially that communities have has essentially been community outreach. Communities have focused on storing food, have worked on managing forest, and trying to build their own infrastructures for drought planning. And being able to have that engagement with tribes and working with the state specifically is going to vastly improve the relationships between both. Some of the concerns, that early involvement. So, essentially tribes don't feel like they're being involved early enough in drought efforts. They're not being heard. And actually, I would change that to the difference between not being listened. Nobody's listening. It's one thing to be, I can talk as much as I want, but actually having the person on the other hand listening and hearing what I'm saying. So it's incredibly important to feel that way. But it's also incredibly important for state and local governments to have actionable items that are coming out of that and working towards, increasing water capacities and other, with whether that's with green energy and promoting sustainable growth. Can you move forward, please? Again, participants noted that, so traditional ecological knowledge, this is essentially how a community has knowledge of the surrounding area through time. And it's deep knowledge and how to basically utilize those spaces. So participants noted that place-specific aspects of tech, and explaining that tech should be, there's been this movement recently of utilizing tech, and it actually should be led by tribes in the areas and sort of not the other way around. So building partnerships is sort of one aspect of that. This meant that participants were specifically stressing the importance of extensive outreach, consulting with tribes early in the process. Like I said, like the tribes that consulted already, all we're saying early engagement. So I apologize for being a broken record, but I wanted to make sure that that's getting across. The other kinds of things that individuals were talking about, and part of the tribal small groups were, the processes that were done on the landscape were things that took like a lot of time. It took a lot of time to put fire onto the ground and really develop out those areas. It took a lot of time to manage those landscapes. And those landscapes have now changed dramatically, and moving things back to the way they were. I don't know that there's a full, like you can fully move landscapes back, but if you're moving things back into those spaces, it takes a lot of time. There's a deep time scale to that, and tribes understand that. Part of that, I was actually just thinking about it, is like old levee, the levee system. Tribes are already building a lot of these areas. And I mean, I've seen this in the Sacramento area specifically, where essentially farmers in the past built up the levees next to the river, and they were utilizing some of the same spaces that tribes had already done in the past by building mounds there. Um, which complicates things with time and building new structures or developing those older structures or reassessing and doing maintenance with those structures, because they'll have a much deeper time than actually just the farmers and local individuals have. So you are going to come across cultural resources. There is going to be a spiritual perspective and sacred space to those levees and those things that you may not be thinking about. And you're only going to get that if you have that early tribal engagement. Again, tribes are viewing water and have viewed water as, life sustaining. The Delta specifically is the heart of the area for the local communities here, and it is sick. And part of this has been part of the processes that have been done in the past, and trying to correct those through time. And it's just, it removed a lot of because tribes were removed from those areas, it removed a lot of the traditional ways of knowing those spaces. If we can move to the next slide, please. So drought needs, again, participants shared their views on support tribes need to prepare for, respond to, and be resilient to drought. Generally, participants felt that tribes needed better informed decision makers and funding assistance. They noted that collaborative processes are leading to burnout. Essentially, it's a capacity issue. You're trying, so my office, I have 500 plus projects a year, every year, that are different. And some of them are water-based. Some of them are like construction projects. Some of them are, they're all over the map, which means that that means that this is compounded by throughout the state. Essentially, there's a capacity issue that needs to be dealt with here, and part of that can be alleviated at the state level. Some of it is making sure that resources make it out to tribes. A part of that, a lot of the tribes that were on that tribal small group were pointing to, the additional needs of, we need to have better understanding of what the water rights look throughout the state. Figures that stop water use, if it's actually harming communities. What are the policies that support cultural burning and cultural practices, period? Because it's not, I think that cultural burning kind of is getting a lot of attention, but there's other cultural practices that are going on as well that are not getting that attention, that desperately need that. And part of that is cultural water management is also a space that needs to be developed. Drought climate mitigation through ecosystem restoration. So again, sort of making sure that tribes are being engaged in all of these processes. If we can move it to the next slide. So this was some of the goals that the commission has for commitments. So I put the ones in dark are the commission's commitments, and I put the ones in red are sort of my responses to that. So communication about progress and milestones. Again, part of this is coming out of that tribal small group, and that's communicating early and communicating often. Development of regular meetings with tribes and their representatives. So with Shingle Springs, one of the things that we promote is doing quarterly meetings. I would I would recommend, if there's a way to do either quarterly meetings with tribes, but might be might be difficult, certainly, but doing, 1 or 2 a year tribal meetings might be things that could get tribal perspectives and tribal feedback to policies. Creating an open door policy is for feedback. What does that actually look like? Again, sort of developing tribal resources within the California Water Commission and also within tribes to basically be able to talk to one another. Representation on working groups. Again, making sure that, you consider developing tribal working groups or making sure that there's tribal participation. Next slide, please. So again, dissemination of this information to the working group. So making sure that everything that gets out to tribes is done to help tribes. You want to consider, how tribes are receiving information and how to help them build capacity to help you. There's also opportunity to the commission has a commitment to provide feedback to create feedback strategies. Consider sort of tribal only workshops, extending consultation deadlines. There's actually nothing within the law that doesn't. There's nothing that stops you from extending the deadlines for some of the for some projects. So, and also making sure that you create space for tribes at the table as much as possible. Again, that idea of sort of hearing versus listening. If you can move to the next slide, please. So prior to this presentation, I just did like a quick search online of just sort of drought and tribes. And I like doing that because often you kind of see what's kind of out there. And there's some guidance that's there with the Native American Heritage Commission. EPA has some guidance. I really just wanted to point out that there's also like tribal organizations like Save California Salmon, California Indian Environmental Alliances. All these, there's these kinds of other resources that are all out there to help the commission, but to help tribal people as well. So taking advantage of those other resources when you have them. And I think like the big thing is, again, sort of reaching out and communicating as much as possible with tribal governments and their representatives as much as possible. That was sort of the big takeaway from that tribal small group work sessions. But just generally, it's good practice to engage early, engage often, more. I don't get upset with agencies that I talk a lot with. I get upset with those agencies that I never hear from. To be honest. Next slide, please. And I feel like I'm losing my voice, so I'm going to be okay. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate being able to present. Certainly, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Yeah, James, if you could stay with the commission in the meeting, and I think we'll circle back and do questions at the end. Is that correct, Chair? I mean, it sounded like that's what we wanted to do. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, James. And we will now hear from Elizabeth Solomon, General Manager of the Mendocino County Russian River Flood Control and Water Conservation Improvement District and Association of California Water Agencies Region 1 board member. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. It's really great to be here. I'm really honored to be here with the other panelists. I feel like I don't really have anything to add so far. They're kind of covering it, and there's still 2 more to go after, but I did the little PowerPoint and I drove all this way. So I thought I'd come up here and have a chat with you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. So the reason that I mentioned about Aqua, as most people know the name of it, is that I'm on the Region 1 board, and Region 1 North Coast is very rural, and today I'm bringing you a bit of a rural perspective on extended drought. So I'm going to start telling you a little bit about the North Coast, and forgive me, I'm sure a lot of this you all already know, but the North Coast is spotted with a handful of cities and towns, and a lot more small rural communities. People often choose to live in these rural communities because they want to live within the view. I mean, this is a view of our valley right here. They want to deepen their relationship with nature. There's more opportunities to observe the interplay between land, water, vegetation, and wildlife. The agriculture that you see here in this photo and throughout the valleys are often family owned, and the governing boards of our water districts and our city council members, they're often made up of farmers and business owners who are essentially trying to keep things going in their community based on their experiences of the past. And I'm foreshadowing it a little bit there because we all know that things are changed. Systems for water storage, conveyance, treatment, and use. These were all built on historical weather patterns that no longer exist, and they require extensive maintenance. As my co-panelists have mentioned, the buffers that nature once provided, such as the undeveloped floodplains, those have been stripped of their ability to function. And there's a crippling lack of resources to address these shortcomings in order to outpace the dynamic changes, particularly from climate change. Sometimes there are still money owed on the very systems that are disintegrating. So this really isn't any different from urban areas. You're going to hear the same issues in urban areas. And so, as I said, I'm not really sure, I thought a lot about it. What can I tell you today that you don't already know? What can I say that isn't being said by the brightest minds in every meeting that any of us are in? Next slide, please. And so I'm going to say, be bold. Please be bold. You're gathering information to develop strategies that can be drawn on for future policymakers and making financial investment. And we need these strategies to be bold. This is the time. So how do we develop those strategies? How do we, what qualities are we looking for in them? How do we become bold in governance and policy, infrastructure, education, and investments? These are all elements of managing impacts of extended drought and other climate change impacts. So we're going to go with this theme of being bold on the next slide, please. So I've got four perspectives, four opportunities for us to be bold. The panelists were asked how to protect communities and fish and wildlife from the impacts of drought. And so I'm going to challenge you. Do we need to say protection? Are we using protection as the filter to view our future? Is this the smart move? Maybe instead of trying to manage water to make it work for us, recognize that it's a natural resource and it's already in relationship with the entirety of the solar system. And we're trying to manage something that already knows how to maintain. So when we move into this protection orientation, something has to become the enemy for our very survival. And is that really what we want? Do we want to be at war with floods and droughts and wildfire? And how does this really serve us and the people that we serve? What if we stop telling water what it should do? What if we watch what it naturally wants to do? It's dynamic. It expresses itself in multiple states. It's flexible and yielding, patient and strong. What about watching and listening to it? Next slide, please. So the bold choice and the bold move here is to take the holistic approach of being in relationship with the natural world, managing the human impact on it. As James spoke about, we are not separate from any nature that we see. In fact, in the lobby of this very building, there's a quote on the wall: "Nature is not a place to visit, it is home." And I saw that this morning, and I thought, oh, I'm in the right place. This is great. What needs to happen is really a healing and a tending to. And sometimes those words are uncomfortable for people, so we could call it restoring and stewarding. We need to invest in approaching resiliency in a new way and to doing things differently. If we respond to what we learn from watching and listening to the ecosystem and to the water, I think we're going to be in the right direction. Next slide, please. In order to be bold, we need to connect. And we've heard a lot about that already through this panel. We need to connect people to the ecosystem, wildlife to habitat, agencies and stakeholders, and people to one another. We do this by looking for aligned interests, and that requires talking to one another and opening ourselves up to other perspectives and being vulnerable with one another. This means investing in relationships. Maybe this is a little easier to do in the countryside. You know, there are fewer people. We see each other at the grocery store and the feed store. There are fewer organizations, so we all tend to be on multiple volunteer positions. And there are also fewer resources, so we're sharing the little that we have. To be bold, people really need to connect through their hearts and to be inspired to set aside their limited and egoic positions for the benefit of the entirety. Responsibility to the whole emerges from a sense of belonging to the whole, and belonging is felt through this connection. Next slide, please. One way to connect, of course, is to communicate. But to be bold, I believe that communication needs to be intellectual, emotional, inspirational, and practical. We need to both engage and inspire through our communications. Public engagement may be the single most important action to advance resiliency. To extend an invitation to be intellectually and emotionally invested in sustainability of our water resources should be our collective goal. If we can inspire individuals, we can get them to change their behavior. We can encourage them to become leaders. We can educate them so that they're voting with understanding. Building trust and understanding can improve data collection as well and sharing of information. And you know, when I hear in the coffee shop people talking about atmospheric rivers, it's just fantastic. At an Aqua Committee meeting this morning, it was mentioned that, you know, not that many years ago, water leaders didn't know what atmospheric rivers meant. And now, you know, the teenagers are coming home and talking about it, and it's fantastic. And I thought a little bit about how do we engage the public? And I keep coming back to this. Do you remember the Got Milk campaign? Everybody remembers that. They still have memes about it now. So even those who weren't born yet know what the Got Milk campaign is. So I hope someone out there can take that idea and implement it with our resources. Next slide, please. We need to boldly collaborate. Survival for many communities is going to require working together, and that is really uncomfortable at times. So we need to get past that. We need to get together. We need to get honest about our vulnerabilities, both individually and, you know, with our organizations and our regions. We need to address those fears, and we need to pool our resources. So in order to collaborate, we really need to honor, respect, and take direction from Indigenous expertise. And I was so thrilled that I was going after James because he said it, and I don't need to add to that. We need to explore unconventional partnerships to move the stagnant approaches of the past. They worked in the past, but we're not in that situation anymore. We need to, diversifying knowledge base. That can really help for the, understanding the other. In so many conversations that I'm in and meetings, there's always the other. The water board is the other, or that other water agency, and they're not on our team. They're seen as the enemy. And I think that if we start diversifying that knowledge base, if we start looking for these unconventional partnerships, bringing people in from other sectors, I'm a really good example of that. My background is not water management, but I did administrative work for the district, and eventually they realized that putting me in this position of leadership was beneficial to the district because I had the relationships with the local people that were, politically inclined in the different water districts. And so I was brought in to strengthen and build on those relationships. And fourthly, creative, integrative, and an open-minded, thought mindset. Each of us has to get comfortable with being creative and integrative and being open-minded. And so, what does that have to do with the impacts of extended drought on rural communities? So let's move on to the next slide. Desperation drives solutions. So when drought conditions hit a small, isolated watershed like the Russian River, it's usually desperation that's going to break down those barriers and provide for innovation and grassroots solutions. It forces us to move faster and to cut through fear boldly. Desperation leverages a whole new level of operation in rural communities. But to do this, we need a few things. We need flexibility. We need financial support for wide-ranging actions. No one thing is going to fully secure reliability in a small watershed, or a large one for that matter. Many water suppliers and agricultural users, they have not done the extensive work to assess how much stress their systems can take, or how quickly they can recover, or how they can adapt for the future. They need support in doing that. There are a few notable initiatives, well, more than a few, but I'm just going to cover a few today, that have come out of the Russian River watershed, mostly from desperation. The first one is, I think you all know about the Forecast Informed Reservoir Operations, or FIRO as we call it. This is started back in 2013 as the pilot program at Lake Mendocino. And it was a way for us to rethink, as another panelist mentioned, rethinking the status quo. So for reservoirs that are based on flood protection operations that have become water supply projects, how can we retool that? The Scripps Institute website has phenomenal information on FIRO, so I'm not going to go into that. What I will focus on is that what made this program work, and you can ask this of any of the folks that were there at the time, was the collaboration, the relationship building, the trust, and the science. And it's still going on. And as we know, FIRO is expanding. Every place that it's implemented is it's being used slightly differently, so it's adaptable. A newer initiative that's come out is the Upper Russian River Voluntary Water Sharing Program. This happened just over the last couple of years, and what we did is, essentially the program provides a mechanism where senior water right holders can voluntarily forbear a portion of their water, and they share that with junior water right holders that otherwise would have been cut off through curtailments. The junior water right holders get some water, which is better than no water. And the senior water right holders still have that protection, is how they see it, right? It goes back to that protection of their right to this water. So it's a little bit more soothing politically. There was a lot of data collection that was involved with that as well. And essentially it flexed around the water rights constraints that we had. This was really about neighbors helping neighbors. And I had a lot of questions when we were putting this together, and we worked in collaboration with the State Water Resources Control Board, who was a phenomenal partner. There were a lot of questions about, why will senior water right holders participate in this program? Why will they sign up? And it was a really difficult answer to articulate, but there were a few practical solutions. Well, a lot of the senior water right holders also have junior water rights at some of their locations, so it's a way for them to move their water rights around on paper, essentially. But it really, in a small community, it's also about helping our neighbors, and that really meant something to people. So both of these programs demonstrated the power of regional collaboration for creating resiliency. And these are efforts that build, it's regional capacity building. And I think this is really something we're going to see more and more of. Next slide, please. So what's happening now on the Russian River is, we're taking these two prior initiatives of collaboration and the successes from them. Both of those continue, and they're adapting and becoming stronger. And we've seen this need to build a forum. Now, forums are not new, but for the Russian River, this is new, and this will be the upper and lower Russian, which have tended to be sort of separate from one another. But we're looking now for really expanding. So we're having a wide-ranging stakeholder composition. We're bringing in consultants to help us develop a strong leadership structure. And initially, we're going to focus on some local, shorter-term, urgent water reliability issues, but we will broaden to addressing long-term regional water resiliency. There have been extensive stakeholder interviews and briefings. There's a great support for multi-interest and multi-benefit, transparency, inclusion, and there's even a willingness to pay for it, which is just really exciting. And this is all being funded, I might add, by a grant from the Department of Water Resources, and a lot of volunteer time from some stakeholders, myself included. The effort is also focusing on tribal engagement, as I touched on earlier. It's a partnership. We're looking at cross-basin and across-regional collaboration to address the capacity building, not leaving anyone out. Anyone that wants to be at the table, we want to hear that voice. We do have some structure about how that will look, so it's not chaos, but so we're building this governance structure, and also we're hoping that will lead to owning and implementing large-scale water resiliency projects. Next slide, please. So I just want to sidestep a little bit here and talk, about infrastructure and nature-based solutions, not versus. These are both huge components of resiliency. It's really not an either or. And as nature-based solutions becomes more commonly used, the term, another coffee shop term, at least in my town where I'm talking about it all the time, I really am stressing that it's not an either or, it's a both. So I'm looking at and asking the question of all of us, how can gray infrastructure support restoring nature's ability to heal? Going back to what I said before, water knows what to do. How can we use our creativity, our innovation, our collaboration to support that process? How can it help? How can it restore habitat that provides a buffer to climate change impacts? Rural communities are trying to assess our resources as they dynamically change. We're managing these resources for now and in the future. We're looking at the demand now and in the future, while simultaneously figuring out how to store water, use it more efficiently, educate folks, and develop local policies and buy-ins to the plans that we are making. Next slide, please. Bold policymaking and investments. And I thought about why I put this photo in, and it just struck me as the one. It was the right one, and it's because it's really, getting in the view, like I said. It's taking our shoes off and being in the place that we are healing. So what policies and investments should the state make to best prepare for long-term drought? That was one of the questions. Again, I'm not going to give you a list of policies. I think everyone else is doing that, and you're hearing from a lot of people. But what I'm going to ask you is to get comfortable with being bold, be radical. Regulatory constraints are an issue. There is inequity in the water rights system. It cannot be ignored, but it must be modernized. Tools like the water sharing program, they're not going to save us. They are just tools. They're one in the toolbox. We're working now to adapt this program for years without drought proclamations and emergency regulations, and that's a scramble. It's very difficult to do. But we see it as, it is a tool that can help us improve communication, data collection. We have to find a way to keep it alive. Radical policy changes, radical practice changes. We need to get out there in the public, to the public, to the schools, businesses, homes, water suppliers. You've heard all of this already today, ways to do that. Funding is a really interesting topic when it comes to rural communities. We keep hearing there's all this money out there. But the reality is it's difficult to navigate for small communities, small water suppliers, and organizations. And these are often the folks who need it the most. We have to find the funding opportunities. We have to navigate shovel-ready versus planning of projects. There's permitting issues, public engagement and support, because insufficient support to implement a project can create delays or resistance from underinformed community members. And we have seen this repeatedly in the Russian River, unfortunately. So we need to invest in the outreach, education, developing leadership, and addressing fear. And we need to invest in radical changes in policy and practices. So healing takes a combination of factors and in balance. And some of those are flexibility, adaptation, innovation, creativity. And I think most importantly is setting aside fear and a sense of privilege. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions later.
Thank you, Ms. Solomon. We will now hear from David Peterson, General Manager of the Las Figueras Municipal Water District.
Good afternoon.
There we go.
Thank you, Chair Swanson and members of the Commission. My name is Dave Peterson. I'm the General Manager of Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. I'll give you a perspective of a retail water agency, and a retail water agency that serves largely an urban area. And I just wanted to share that timing of this panel is perfect because we're facing really a prolonged and extreme drought. And so all of these topics are fresh in our mind right now. Next slide. A little bit about my agency. As I mentioned, we're retail, water, and wastewater together. I'm from Southern California. We serve a portion of LA County on the westernmost border with Ventura County. It's a fairly large service area, 122 square miles, but not real dense in population. We have about 75,000 people. A lot of our area is open space and parkland. And we also have really an interesting urban wildland interface and a lot of really sensitive habitat in our area. We're a member agency of Metropolitan Water District, one of 26. And interestingly also, we were and are among the most severely impacted by drought in all of Southern California right now. There's two reasons for that. One is we lack local water supply, and this has been a challenge for our part of the state since our formation in the 50s. One of our original wells in our area was called Old Stinky, and the reason for that is that the water stinks from hydrogen sulfide. The little groundwater that we have is very low yield and really poor quality. And then the second challenge that we have is we are in an area of metropolitan service area that is called State Water Project dependent. And what that means is that because of our location that we are exclusively reliant on imported water from the State Water Project, and that's been a major challenge for us. To give you an idea of scale, we were facing last year a 73% reduction in our normal dry year water supply, something that was unprecedented. We've never faced that in our history. So what I'll try to do is share three ideas, three strategies that I think are really key for long-term drought preparedness and resilience. And you'll see some similarities with my fellow panelists. Number one, and next slide, please. Number one is diversify your water supply portfolio. And I know well about the challenges of not having a diversified water supply portfolio because that is the issue that we face, being reliant on imported water. Your water supply portfolio is like your investment portfolio. You don't want to have all of your investments in one instrument. You want to have them spread out and diversified for risk. And so I've just laid out 4 of the major categories here that offer a lot of opportunity. Water recycling is one that I'm especially passionate about. I actually also serve as the current president of Water Reuse California. And water recycling has really been at the heart of my agency's strategy in terms of water supply. We've been and are an early adopter of water recycling. We began in the early 70s. In fact, Las Virgenes was the first agency in California to have an unrestricted permit for using recycled water for landscape irrigation. There is a lot more opportunity around water recycling in California, and it's in the form of agriculture, on-site reuse, non-potable reuse for landscape irrigation, and then what is really exploding and happening now is potable reuse. Public perception has changed dramatically where people understand and get it now that we can do this, we can do it safely, and we can convert our wastewater into drinking water, and you can feel comfortable with your family drinking that water. And we've got big projects across the state. One key point on water recycling is we talk about regulations and we talk about regulatory streamlining. Regulations have a really important role as well in providing certainty, a pathway for success for a project. And in potable reuse, that is exactly the way we view it, is we need the regulations to define the pathway to complete these projects. And that work is going on and underway. Stormwater capture, you heard from Keith Lilly. He's actually a former colleague of mine. I started my career at LA County Flood Control. They are doing a tremendous job in capturing stormwater. But again, there is more to be done across the state. We have and we do capture stormwater in some of our really large foothill areas where the ground is really pervious, and we can get that water into our aquifers. But what we need to do is get more out into the sub-watershed level and even to the neighborhood level and capture through more distributed infrastructure. There's a lot to be done there. And you heard about programs where that's happening. Stormwater capture, managed groundwater. So we hear about our overdrafted groundwater basins. We have Sigma, and we know that many of the basins are challenged. But there's also opportunities in terms of what's called FloodMar, and I believe your commission has looked at this, managed aquifer recharge, where we can actually integrate our flood control systems with our groundwater replenishment systems and truly have those working well together. Similarly, AgMar, which is really sort of the same program, but really utilizing agricultural land and finding benefits to do that, both for the participants and the water agencies. And then, of course, desalination. There are opportunities in terms of more brackish and impaired water desalination and even seawater desalination. And although in California, the path for an ocean water desalination project is challenging, we've seen projects that have succeeded. And the Doheny project is a good example recently. There's also a lot of innovation happening in this space. And here on this slide, the graphic there is of a subsea desalination technology that we're working with a company called Natural Ocean Well. And essentially these pods are placed offshore, several miles offshore, about 400 meters depth, and use the hydrostatic pressure of the ocean to help as the driving pressure to push water through the membrane. So there is emerging technology that can help with some of the challenges around a coastal desal plant. So number one, diversify the water supply portfolio. In terms of, next slide, in terms of what we are actually doing in my agency, I mentioned we are focusing on water recycling and potable reuse. And we have a project called our Pure Water Project, Las Virgenes Triunfo. We have a Joint Powers Authority partner. Their name is the Triunfo Water and Sanitation District. We are working together on this project. This is a rendering of what the advanced water purification facility will look like when it's built in 2027 or 2028. What we're doing is taking excess water from our wastewater plant that we currently discharge to Malibu Creek in the ocean. We're capturing that water, treating it through this advanced water treatment facility, and then we'll be augmenting our drinking water reservoir, and that will be through what is called indirect potable reuse. It's a big project, and I thought at one time that when we talked about the size of our project that was unique. It's not unique. All of us in California Water are building the biggest projects in the history of our agencies, and this is that for our agency, $364 million. The good news is it will produce 20% of our water supply locally, and that will be drought-resilient water supply that in the future we can count on, and we do not have to be as vulnerable to reductions in the supply of imported water. And then the three circles here sort of speak to the balance that we need to strike, and that is to protect our ecosystem that's so important for not only our community, but for all the plants and animals that thrive there. We need local water, and we're investing in it, and we need to be innovative and forward-looking. Next slide. So the second part of it is really important, and this is really, we talked about the supply side of the equation. This is the demand side of the equation, and making conservation a way of life. And we have done a lot of work in our district over the last couple years in this area because we had to. We had to balance supply and demand that were very imbalanced. Number one here is to change the customer's relationship with water. And you know, it's easy to think that as a water agency, we sort of have a dial and we can just dial back water demand. We can't. We have to help our customers get there and do it themselves. And it's not easy. And really what we're talking about is having them look at water differently. In our district, the way we look at that is two things. They need to know, we need to help our customers know how much water is the right amount of water to be using for their home and their property to support it. And then we also need to tell them how much they're actually using so they can compare the two and see how they're doing. And so that's exactly what we have done. And on the left, what you have is what we call our water budget. And actually the commission has a really important role in this. This water budget is based on the model landscape efficiency ordinance that your commission approves. So there's two components. There's an indoor component that's based on California law, currently 55 gallons per person per day, and we know how many people are in a household, and we know how many days in a billing period, and so we can derive a number for the indoor amount. And then the outdoor amount is based on the size of a property's irrigated area, their landscape coefficient, or ETAF, and then a conversion factor. And then at the end, what we add is a drought factor, what's depicted here with DF. The drought factor allows us during a time of shortage to shrink that outdoor water budget. And that is really, in our mind, the right place to shrink first, is the outdoor water use. On the right, what we have is sort of a graphic of advanced metering. And this is so important to give our customers the feedback so they know how much water they're actually using it and they compare it to the budget. And so now with technology, with advanced meters, we've installed them throughout our system. We get that information in a 15-minute time interval. And like Heather showed, you can have on your smartphone, our customers can see their real-time water usage information. And they can compare it to their budget and they know immediately how they're doing. Next slide. So the other part of this is really transforming our urban landscape and being more California native and drought tolerant. And my district is a great place to really focus on that. We have a lot of green landscapes in our district, and that's part of the reason that we generally will see higher water per capita water usage, aside from the fact that we have larger properties. And so we have a unique opportunity right now because the drought has caused a lot of those landscapes to die, especially the lawns. You will see all of the expansive lawns are brown or dead. And so we have this chance now to really put back more appropriate landscaping. So climate appropriate, drought tolerant landscaping, and that is all our focus right now, is really to support our customers to do that and encourage it. So we've got our messaging focus, which is really to change mindset about what is a beautiful landscape, what is appropriate in our climate, and how does a climate appropriate landscape really support our community. And then in terms of customer actions, what we're trying to do is support them through incentives, and we have incentives for landscape transformation, and also how it helps them on their water usage long term, which reduces their water bill. And next slide. So the third element here is especially important, and that is strengthening our water shortage contingency plans. So these plans are the plans that we all use as water agencies at a local level to balance supply and demand when we're in a shortage condition. It's really important that we all improve these plans so that they truly perform the function that's needed. It is easy to be critical of state government, and we all in the water industry were critical in the previous drought about what we call a one-size-fits-all system, where the state stepped in and had to implement measures that many of us did not like. And part of the challenge was these water shortage contingency plans, they need to be good, and the state needs to be able to rely on us at the local level that we have it, that we've got these measures in place, and that we can implement them sequentially so that the state does not have to step in and implement a one-size-fits-all system. We've got state law that was strengthened in Senate Bill 606 in 2018, strengthening California Water Code Section 10632 that outlines all the elements of these water shortage contingency plans. And the things listed here, supply augmentation, demand reduction, operational changes, communication, All of these things are critical elements of our water shortage contingency plans. Next slide. So the challenge ahead, and there's no doubt that climate change is making our job more difficult. We are going to face prolonged droughts, more frequent, severe, and pervasive. The other challenge is our infrastructure of the 20th century is going to be strained, and it's going to be strained in all sectors, urban, agriculture, and serving the environment. We'll need to make significant investments, and we'll need to do that both at the local level, the regional level, and the state level. And last, collaboration and partnership is really going to be the key to make that happen. And I sort of want to conclude with what I call the building blocks of collaboration, and that's really open communication, shared challenge, and mutual benefit. Thank you.
Tom Butler, Vice President of the Sutter Basin Corporation and California Rice Commission, California Rice Producers Chairman and Executive Committee Member. Thank you
very much, Commissioner. There's the pressure of being the last guy before lunch, and then there's the pressure of being the last guy before everybody goes home. So I appreciate that, and I'll try and be as concise as possible.
We're glad you're here.
Thank you, and thank you for the introduction. Yes, my name is Tom Butler. Good afternoon. Amid all those other titles up there, really, I'm just a fourth-generation farmer from Sutter and Yolo counties, just across the river to the west. Sutter Basin Corporation, the company that my family has been blessed to own for over 65 years, has produced multiple crops throughout our history, but we specialize in California medium grain rice, or sushi rice. It's a big source of pride for everybody in this industry. If you're eating rice in America, you're probably eating California rice. So my comments today, it's my goal to link the main questions in my industry and ag as a whole before this commission: preservation of wildlife during a drought and protection of its communities. These are often not connections that are made with agriculture. Rather, it's often a choice thought that water for farms or there's water for environment, and less benefit for our communities. I can assure you that I can see the connection to abundant wildlife and thriving communities from my farm every day. My hope that after my comments, you as commissioners will see that as well. Next slide, please. So in 2022, the California rice industry grew about 250,000 acres of rice. And while that's a large number, good enough for third largest rice producer in America, it's less than half of what California typically grows. Of greater importance, this 50% reduction was not equally spread across the valley due to differing cuts from different water supplies. On a personal level, my 4,100 acres of rice was reduced around to 400. These unprecedented cuts to senior water rights from the Sacramento River footprint reduced growers in other counties like Colusa and Glenn, where rice is the only crop grown, down to zero. Next slide, please. While that impact on my farm and many other farms is significant, for the wildlife that relies on rice fields both during the growing season and in the winter when the fields are reflooded, basically, specifically for the ducks and geese of the Pacific Flyway, is just simply devastating. Next slide, please. In rice country and in Northern California, over 230 species of wildlife are known to use rice fields throughout the year. In the spring, we see nesting terns and stilts, and waterfowl use our fields as brew water to raise their young. Tricolored blackbirds and giant garter snakes all rely on rice fields with just 5 inches of water sitting on top of the heavy clay soils. With a nearly 90% loss of production, not only on my farm, but the surrounding west side of the valley for miles, that habitat was simply not there. Next slide, please. In the fall, Northern California is associated with the sound of thousands of ducks and geese using winter-flooded rice fields as a place to feed and rest. This year, the skies were much more silent than usual. Every acre of rice provides about 700 pounds of food. Half of that is leftover grain from harvest. The other half are weed seeds and insects, all made available because rice fields are often reflooded during winter to aid with straw decomp. This was a transition towards non-traditional beliefs like rice burning. That segued out in the 90s, we had this as a benefit. This is largely the remaining habitat for 7 to 10 million ducks and geese that migrate here each year. They have come to rely on winter flooded rice for nearly 60% of their diet. Next slide. No rice also means less opportunity for salmon. Over the last 5 years, Caltrout, UC Davis scientists, and many others have been working to capitalize on these winter flooded rice fields for the zooplankton that grow because of the leftover waste matter, water, and sunlight. This zooplankton is food for juvenile salmon. Scientists and conservation groups, in conjunction with rice farmers such as myself, have been studying ways to get that food back into the river when the small fish are present, giving them added nutrients to grow and fuel them on their journey. They have even been looking at ways to provide volitional access for small salmon into the fields adjacent to the river to let them return to where they once have grown, to mimic the vast inland sea of California that was mentioned earlier. And I'd like to touch on a previous speaker this morning. He's correct. It's not just salmon and it's not just growers. They're in conjunction with that. This very study is continuing in the Sutter Bypass as we sit here today. It's a joint effort of UC Davis, the United States Department of Agriculture, Cal Trout, and the California Rice Commission. The wildlife habitat directly linked to the rice production on my farm is critical. It's so critical, in fact, that the Central Valley Joint Venture, a group of state and federal agencies, NGOs, and agriculture committed to conserving bird habitat, has called for a minimum of 350,000 acres of rice flooded each year. That translates to about 450,000 acres of rice planted every year just to meet habitat needs, a critical footprint in California agriculture. Studies like these illustrate the ingenuity and resourcefulness of the ag footprint in California. We have embraced the conveyance planned out by our leaders before us and continue to innovate high-yielding, safe, and unique crops with less water used more often. In water districts like mine, till water is recaptured and pumped back into the system, creating more opportunities for crops to be raised before that water is recaptured again before it's used for environmental flows or water for urban areas. This water is being used for multiple critical needs rather than releases for flows utilized by far less life. Next slide, please. These practices show that the state and federal refuges during a drought, while they certainly offer some relief, are not a viable replacement. Specifically, there are simply too few acres of restored wetlands to make up the difference of 250,000 acres of idled rice land. Further, they're also vulnerable to the cuts in water deliveries in the spring and can't rely on the water typically released from neighboring rice fields at the end of the season to flood in the fall. This leads to my larger point in my comments today. Next slide. Given the importance of rice lands to the Pacific Flyway, to shorebirds, and increasingly to salmon, what is the minimum rice footprint we should see on this landscape, especially in dry years? We're asking ourselves that on a commission level, and more importantly, biology and conservation organizations, that very question. Like I've said earlier, we're circling around 450,000 acres, and it's a needed rice footprint for wildlife. That'll be a critical point of discussion as we look toward more extreme weather patterns that increase pressures on habitat. But on a more human level, farms like mine support our local communities. When ag has a drought, so do the rice growers, the rice dryers, the rice mills, the crop dusters, and every small business in towns like Robbins, where I grew up. There's plenty of water to drink, but there's fewer jobs, far less economic activity, and frankly, a lot less hope. Next slide, please. Small towns away from California's big urban downtowns are farm towns, with nearly everyone's job connected in some way to agriculture. UC Davis estimates that the drought in 2022 alone had a $1.3 billion impact and a loss of over 14,000 jobs, almost all of which accrued to small ag towns. And farmers can utilize crop insurance for a Band-Aid. There's no help for the crop duster, the trucking company that hauls rice from field to the dryer, or the businesses that support them. Without this, industries can't continue. We saw this in cotton in the Central Valley. A solution that has risen out of this crisis is the development of an insurance program for the businesses that support agriculture so they can retain employees and remain in business. A program that kicks in when the fields cannot be planted. We believe this is a critical and much needed tool as we seek to protect our small businesses in California farms in future droughts. Next slide. I'm trying to be brief, so in closing, let me again emphasize that for agriculture, you just cannot separate the production of crops in California from the habitat that it provides. The water on the landscape, the leftover grain, the management of fields to benefit salmon are all a result of growing a crop. It's a benefit that's often overlooked, but one that is always important, and even more so in a drought. Let me also say that our rural communities rely on agriculture. It is the core of many towns in California and supports everyone from school teachers, which is what my wife does, local businessmen, all the way down to the mechanics and the workers on farm. When water flows and crops are grown, it is important not just for global food supply, but for the species that rely on working ag lands and for the support of our communities. In many areas, California is an ag state, and quite frankly, an essential one to the globe. These are all critical needs only provided through the visionary water plan put forth in the state all those years ago. We owe it to the leaders before us and the people in the state and beyond that rely on our industry that is unique to our great state, and to continue to expand upon it. It truly benefits everyone. Thank you for your time. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Bree, do we have any in-person comment?
I've received no requests for in-person comment.
How about virtual?
I see no raised hands at this, one raised hand on Zoom.
Okay, great.
We will hear a comment from Nancy Blastos. Ms. Blastos, you are allowed to talk now. Please unmute yourself.
Hello.
I'm there. Okay, hold on 1 minute.
Okay.
I just sat down, I'm sorry, I just came back. Okay, sorry. I believe that water conservation is the way to lead California back to water security. I was extremely impressed by the list of ways we can do this when I attended the meeting online at Metropolitan Water District last week. We broke into groups and brainstormed on ways to reach out to the state's population by offering rebates for reuse of gray water and to renters who conserve water. We talked about holding cities accountable for not conserving and the need to update current infrastructure instead of building destructive new infrastructure. We commented on the fact that desal is harmful to the environment, especially when it's used at the oceans. Hopefully we can all cooperate and catch repurposed water, use desert plants for home landscaping, and motivate citizens to understand how important our drought is. We're never going to have a lot of water again, and we just have to change, and somehow we need to give the general public some will, create will, by offering rebates or some kind of cooperation. I just don't understand how people don't see how catastrophic this is. And I don't believe in, I'm a non-tunnel person, and I think that would really ruin the Central Valley structure. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Sorry. We have one additional raised hand on Zoom, and that is Donna Miranda Begay. Miss Miranda Begay, you are allowed to talk. Please unmute yourself.
Tudor, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Go right ahead.
Tudor, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. I'm calling from, actually, I'm up in the Kern Valley in my tribal allotment. My name is Donna Miranda Begay. I'm Tabatalabo, Paiute, Yokut, and Navajo, and I am representing Tabatalabo's Kern Valley tribe. I'm a cultural practitioner and researcher. I have participated recently with the California Water Commission's outreach to tribes. Appreciate the staff, Dita Bear staff, representing the California Water Commission in regards to discussing tribal perspectives on climate change and long-term drought issues. I appreciate all the presentations today, very, very informative. I used to work for Department of Water Resources for about 10 years and 9 years with California Conservation Corps, and I just recently retired from state government after working 9 years with State Water Resource Control Board. So I know a little bit about water management in the state of California. But I want to say James Sarmento did a great job in his presentation, well summarized. My first question was going to be about how tribes would continue to move forward their input from the November meeting that we had on our work group regarding the drought and climate change. And I think you're in good hands having James be a spokesperson representing some of the tribes here. I want to encourage, though, in the future that tribal lands in California include reservations, rancherias, and allotment lands, what we call public domain land. And that's where I'm living. I'm living at Yidianup. That's a allotment land that was awarded back under the Dawes Allotment Act in the late 1880s to my great-grandfather, Chief Stephen Miranda. And we have 3 water springs that provide water for us. And during the droughts and all the things that have happened since then, we've always had water up here. We're very fortunate. We call ourselves Yidianup, the village site, because that means where the flat water lives. And so I think everything that James provided was wonderful. I support that. I also would encourage the water commissioners, if you have a chance, come April 11th through the 13th, that I think you probably are aware that we're going to have a California Tribal Water Summit. And I think that's also a good place to learn more about tribal water related issues. And tribal water issues, we taught that a long time ago with the DWR state water planning, that water's fluid, and there are many, many partnerships in regards to water planning. And I thank you for your time. And I really don't have a specific question other than well done. Thank you very much. Tulu.
Thank you for your comments, and I will say that we are working on a set of guidelines that the commission has out distributed to the tribes, and the tribes themselves are distributing it wider. So we're wanting to take the time to have a lot of feedback, but we are working on engagement documents, how we work with the tribes, and so and have had recent meetings, which we appreciate. So thank you for your question. Reed, do we have any more comments?
I see no further raised hands.
Commissioners. Commissioner Curtin.
I'd just like to make one comment about Mr. Butler's presentation. Well, actually two. I was disturbed to hear you have heavy clay soils under your crops, so you're not actually percolating water down, but I should have known better because I tried to put a post in my backyard and I hit what I thought was concrete, but it's a layer.
Right.
Number one. Number two, the dual use law that was passed a while had to do with human and environmental uses for water.
Okay.
But in a way, your presentation adds a third kind of category, which is human growing crops and an environmental, sort of significant environmental benefit. So I was hoping we could think about this as we go down the road to make a third category here that might be able, as we go forward to figure out what we're doing, to have its own sort of set of regulations or rules to make sure that that's a part of almost a third use.
Yeah, I think that's a very prudent point. I do agree with you. I will say that, you know, such practices are already kind of put into use here in the in the county of Sacramento and Sutter. So off the Sacramento River, the water that's pumped from these rice fields ultimately end up as a drinking water source for many residents in this city. And as such, there's legal and regulatory water holds, you know, testing that already takes place. And, you know, there's parts per billion, you know, compliance, and the rice industry endeavors to, you know, meet those at any time.
So isn't that mostly evaporative, though, on those fields?
Evaporative.
No? It actually...
No. There is some evaporation on rice fields before they're
but
grown.
I mean, it runs off, it doesn't evaporate?
No, there's a great deal of runoff.
Okay, good to know.
Yep.
Yeah. See, that's something people should know.
I came for a reason then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Commissioner Mackler.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank all the participants today. You really make the show, as someone might say. And I'd also like to thank our Assistant Executive Director, Laura Jensen, for putting this together, and to congratulate her on the publication of an Impact magazine. She's guest editing, I think, two issues, and one is published, and very excited to read that. So I did have one question. I was wondering if I could ask this. This is of Mr. Peterson's presentation. On page 3, is there a chance to get that slide up? It's the one where he said diversifying water supply portfolio. Yeah. And I apologize for this may be a little cheeky, okay? But if I gave you $1 million, how would you allocate it among those 4 categories?
Recycle water.
What? Well, 100%?
No. I'm sort of joking. You know, one of my roles is heading up as president of the Water Reuse Association California. But I think the answer to that question really depends on where you are in California and what opportunities are available to you. For my district, we're really focusing heavily on water recycling, and that's for a couple reasons. One is we don't have the geology that supports stormwater capture and infiltration. We're rock, volcanic rock, and we don't have a groundwater basin. So my opportunities are a lot more limited. But the other area that I would say offers some promise is desalination. I think there's There's new technology that addresses many of the environmental concerns associated with coastal desalination. But I think really you have to look at where you are in California. So, and I think actually California, we have these discussions, especially when there's talk of a resource bond, about what is the right mix. And you don't want to put all of your investment in one area. You want to have opportunities for each of these different categories.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to do this. I'm sorry, go ahead, Ty.
Really quick, if I may, Mr. Peterson, with respect to ocean water desal, there was a lot of talk years ago about it being cost prohibitive. I know some of those costs have come down considerably. I guess as we play through the hypothetical, that Commissioner Mackler talked about, what percentage of that $1 million would you use for ocean water desal? Because that's obviously, we're playing sort of a mythological game here, but it's still a point of concern.
Yeah, I would just say it's tough to answer that question. In terms of cost, it is still a challenge. The ocean is about generally 10 times saltier than your wastewater. So it's going to be generally more costly. I would have a hard time saying what the right number is. And I guess I would just go back to, you really have to look at what opportunities are available and investing the funding in the right places. I didn't really answer your question, but.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It was, but then I have one really quick follow-up. I'm sorry for dominating time here. On the coordination with Westlake Village, Calabasas, Malibu, all of which are in your service area, are you working with them on things like ultra-low flush toilets, low-flow shower heads from the conservation format? And how has that played out in terms of seeing your numbers of consumption go down in terms of just daily use?
We have been, and what we see is a lot of the, the low flush toilets, most of our homes already have them. The indoor, our focus in our district is really primarily outdoors. And the reason for that is twofold. One is about 70% of our water usage is outdoors. And also we capture and recycle all of the water indoors. And so all that water indoors is collected through our sanitation system. It comes to our wastewater treatment plant. And we will be, with the project that I described, recycling all of that. Now, that's not to say that we shouldn't use it wisely and efficiently, but in terms of conservation long-term, our biggest bang for our buck is to focus outside and outdoors, and we don't get that water back. And so that's what we're doing, and we're really looking at a lot around, as I mentioned, the data management, getting the data to the customers, and also irrigation controllers, more modern irrigation controllers that are based on weather data.
So I want to ask a quick question on the pods that you mentioned, the desal pods. I'd heard about desal under ocean because the pressure can actually drive it through the filters. Is that what you guys are, have you actually invested in that, or are you just starting to hear about that as a possibility? And then how do you bring it back in?
So we haven't invested in it. We're learning about it.
Okay.
And there's several companies that do this. The one that I mentioned is one. We did submit a joint application to the Bureau of Reclamation for some research around it. Essentially, the driving pressure is the hydrostatic pressure of the water.
Right.
You draw essentially a pressure differential on the other side of the membrane, so you reduce the pressure on the other side. So you get a differential pressure that moves the water across the membrane, and you do have to pump it up.
Well, I understand salt water is heavier, so it actually, in a way, has its own ability to go up, but then how do you get it?
It has to be pumped. It has to be pumped to shore. And these applications, what they're talking about 400 meters deep, so about 1,200
well, maybe you
feet.
can get tidal energy involved in this, really break a few more barriers.
Vice Chair Steiner.
On the pod, are you then avoiding all the intake issues that have plagued so many of the projects in California with changed rules as to the intakes? So if you're doing it completely underground, or you still have some pumping, you don't have the great intake and also less fish damage?
That's the concept, correct, is you don't have the ocean intake, the impingement zone, that you're also at a place in the ocean water column where there is little life. I kind of sense Heather has a comment, if you wanted to enter.
Thank you. Thank you, I just wanted to chime in on the cost question. We've done a lot of work looking at the cost of various water supply and efficiency options in California. Again, focusing a bit on urban, so I will set agriculture aside here. But when we look at that, we see efficiency is the most cost-effective strategy. It's the fastest strategy we can implement, and it's not to say that it's free. A more efficient device does cost more than a standard. We look at a clothes washer as one example, right? A new front-loading clothes washer costs several $100s more than a new top-loading. But when you look at over the life of the device, the wastewater bill savings, the energy savings are greater than the additional cost for that more efficient device. So there's significant savings. It's different. The economics are somewhat different than some of these supplies, but when you look at costs, those levelized costs over the lifetime, they're incredibly, they're much less expensive than the new supply. So my opinion on sort of what we invest in the most cost-effective strategies first. I do think too, when you look at recycled water, that's less expensive than in most cases seawater desalination. So, you know, we need to look broadly sort of at the range of options we have. And again, I agree with Dave that the economics will vary to some extent based on the utility and what it has access to, et cetera. But efficiency across the board is incredibly cost effective and a smart investment.
I agree with that. The problem that I think most agencies are finding and why we're looking elsewhere is that we have been doing those cost-efficient rebates and projects and pushing those out for years and years and years. And we're finding that we're having less ability to find anywhere that doesn't have a low flush toilet, for example, that doesn't have the dishwashers and the washing machines that are in the time frame now. So I think all of us are pushing out that and still believe conservation is the way of life. There's no question in this state it must be our way of life. But I think that the fact is that we also feel compelled to look for new supplies of water, reusing the water being obviously one of the most adaptable for most agencies because they have the product, as opposed to desalination, which is not going to work for Riverside County, for example, but will work better for Los Angeles, San Diego, up in this area. So I think that's right, and efficiency is the most cost-effective. The problem is that we're just finding that no matter what we're pushing out now, we're finding less and less takers because they have it already in the past 5 years.
I do think, too, we will need to be more, to go beyond rebates. I think rebates work for a certain segment of the population. They don't work very well for low-income households, and so I think we'll have to innovate there. And then, too, you know, there's retrofit on resale ordinances. There are other sorts of measures and policies we can implement to get at some of those other ones that perhaps aren't as readily available. I do want to completely acknowledge the investments that we've made and the improvements we've made in efficiency, but there's still more we can do. And I don't say that as a way of we shouldn't be investing in supply. I do think, though, the investment in efficiency is far less than what we're investing in new supply. And so we do need to make those more comparable to one another.
And I think the biggest place to still do that is in the apartment complexes, which is, you know, homeowners we've reached, but we have found resistance from apartment complexes for pushing for this because of the cost. So I agree that there is more that can be done, but I think that we still need to look for new supplies also. Thank you, though, for everyone's presentation. It was really a good presentation.
Commissioner Matsumoto, did you have a?
I wanted to say thank you. You guys hung in there for many hours with us today, and it was super informative to get all the diverse perspectives. So thank you for today, but also thank you for all the work you've been doing during this drought, because you guys have been super busy thinking about challenges and solutions and adapting and responding. And so thanks for all that work. I think for me, what it brought up was just, we have so much knowledge at the local level. And so thinking about how the state can help empower that more quickly during a drought is an important component of all of this. You know, several folks mentioned the pain point around funding and trying to get access to funding and deal with all of the proposals and the reporting and all of that. There are a lot of obstacles to getting that funding out, and so I think we can think about that as we've developed this report. I think almost across the board, we heard people talk about the importance of communities, both impacts to communities, and in terms of needing to engage communities through whatever responses we have. And so I think that was an important thread that everybody mentioned. You know, and I think what was also interesting to me, and I'm biased, I come from the environmental field, but a lot of the solutions that people are talking about are basically recreating natural processes at the end of the day, right? Like we need to filter more water into the ground so that we have stored water underground when we get into the droughts. That's our natural source of resilience in our water supply. When it's not raining, we need to rely on that underground component. So I just wanted to tie that back from this morning, because we did hear about a report on the State Water Project that's dealing with major subsidence issues to the State Water Project conveyance facilities that's making water supply more unreliable, that's limiting our ability to move water around the state, and that's because we've overdrafted the aquifers. And so I think we focused a lot on the surface water aspects of today, and I just wanted to make that connection, because I think the groundwater piece of this is super important. And folks kind of mentioned it on the periphery, and so I just wanted to lift that up and call it out, because I think that's the key to the resilience and the reliability that we have to connect to. So thank you.
Commissioner Solorio.
Thank you. Comment on a couple of questions for the Pacific Institute presentation. Fabulous presentation. I especially like the drill down a lot of the different categories and seeing the data, because Met, for example, talks all the time about how we use about the same water now that we did, you know, late 70s, 80s, but it adds always credibility to show the work, you know, and to see that. So thanks for that. And on the water efficiency in particular, because I believe what you believe and know, that there's still a lot of opportunity there. You know, my full-time job is with the Molten Lake Water District, and we're cutting edge in a lot of demand management stuff. As one example, for Orange County, we're about 5% of the square footage, but we've done 25% of all the turf removal, turf to gardens. And I know there's much more to be done there, and with toilets and everything else. So definitely opportunity. You can't always get them through incentives. I've noticed too, it's not always low-income people that have issues for different reasons. Sometimes affluent folks for other reasons. They don't go for them either, just because they figure, well, they'll just pay the extra fees or whatever, and you know the issue goes away, and you know, kind of works. But maybe we could do more. I don't necessarily have a question for you, but I just want to thank you for your work and presentation. For the presentation that Mr. Butler gave regarding rice, fabulous presentation. I learned a lot about you know, your industry and the ecological and the benefits to you know, the wildlife. The one question for you, and I don't know if it's a short answer, maybe it's a longer, you know, answer, maybe it's for another day, but for me, and I'm a layperson with respect to water, because I'm from the Central Valley, and the Central Valley didn't have, you know, rice, but is it maybe just the optics that people think it uses a lot of water just because it's visible? Or what's like the elevator speech on how much more water or less does it use than almonds or cotton in the old days or other stuff? I can't really gauge it.
I can give you a quick answer, and I can direct you to calrice.org for all those really important questions that you have, and they're good questions, and I urge you to spend some time there. Briefly, yeah, so rice is water seeded, so a floodhead is established and a uniform level is set before the field's planted, and when that happens, it's planted on that day, and there's about a 10-day period before the rice actually emerges out over the water. And so if you fly into Sacramento right by the airport, it's very easy to see just this vast, what looks like an inland sea of water and nothing out there. And a layperson could very easily think, oh my God, look at all that water. What's happening? What's it being used for? But I would go back to the fact that that water is not percolating. Very little of it's evaporating, and it's being used by an emerging seed. So.
But how would you compare that to another crop or something else?
So rice doesn't use any more water than broccoli or spinach or oranges.
Okay.
They're all very
It's
similar
comparable
water
to other
uses.
major crops, okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
They're not a thirsty crop.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to hear.
Yep.
And then my question for Mr. Peterson is, I know in your neck of the woods, Matt, that you receive water from, based on your geography, you didn't have easy access to Colorado River water, so you had to achieve higher level of restrictions than others in the Met area. And what I'm curious about, because you hinted at the Dine laws or Brownling laws, legal liabilities in that area, did you get much pushback from folks that then said, yeah, my lawn died because of your restrictions, here's a bill, or what's kind of the movement of that area of possible dispute?
It was challenging. We did not get any litigation, and we're fortunate for that. And I would say we were pretty aggressive in terms of our drought response. You know, I skipped over the flow restrictor, but I had a photo up there. So we installed flow restrictors, so we physically restricted the amount of water that a customer, only for the most egregious wasteful water use. We were prepared for litigation, but we never got it. And the reason I think we didn't get it.
But did you get claims and you paid claims? You got no claims, or?
No claims.
Zero claims, okay.
And the reason I think for that is we were really thoughtful about making sure we used it only for the most egregious wasteful use. And you know, we decided early on that when a customer came before our board, that we would feel confident that what we did was appropriate given the water usage. And some of this water usage was really high. And in our community, there were a lot of folks who are really working hard to save water and be efficient. And so they were really pressing us, saying, look, you need to be fair in how you do this. You need to make sure everybody does their part. And ultimately, it did work. We conserved, beginning January 1st until now, 40% as compared to 2020. So really, really amazing results.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And thank you to the staff also for putting all these great presentations together and all the liaison work. Thank you.
Commissioner Gallagher.
All right. I want to say thank you, too, to all the presenters this afternoon and this morning. I'm going to touch back. You guys weren't here last month, but last month we had state agencies here. And one of their comments that they had, that I think I had asked them about, was kind of who's missing. And a lot of it was the local agencies and just having people educate themselves locally for what's going on. That was pretty similar for all four of the different state agencies that presented. And then Commissioner Matsumoto, I agree with what she said. There's a lot of information and there's a lot of knowledge at the local level. So I don't know if this is a question for you all to answer or for us to think about, but there's a gap there, right? Because there's a lot of information that somehow is getting lost between the state agency and the local. So I don't understand why there's the gap. If you have an answer to that, I'd love to hear it, but it seems like there's a missing piece there between the two that we need to figure out what that is.
I love a good challenge. I've been thinking a lot about this because through the water sharing program particularly, we've had this wonderful partnership with the State Water Resources Control Board. And I've been thinking about, how can we maintain this? If we don't need the water sharing program for a season, how do we continue this communication? The end user, the water right holders, are learning so much more about whose water is in the river, who under what right, is it stored water, is it whatever? And so there's a level of education and communication that's happening because the state is involved. And it's breaking down those barriers of us and them. And it probably is because I'm running around yelling at everyone and telling them they're not the enemy, they're here working with us. And so we have been really fortunate. I'm going to call out Sam Bolen-Bryan at the State Water Resources Control Board. He has been our lead in the Russian River watershed on this program, and he's been phenomenal. And he is supported by Eric Ekdahl and, you know, everyone at the State Water Board, but he's got a great team. But Sam has really done, you know, he's put in the time and the dedication and built those relationships. And I'm thinking about the future, and I'm thinking, what about if we have, you know, watershed or region-based, like if we had a Russian River team that had a representative from each of the agencies that met with the stakeholders. Here we are building this forum, and, you know, we have been talking to the different agencies, making sure that, you know, this will be a public forum, there'll be public meetings. But I think we need to go a step further. You know, from what you're asking, it's really igniting this new idea, new project for me. To build that specific working group of the agencies and the stakeholders. Good idea, maybe?
Anybody?
I think that's a very good point, and I appreciate that. I think another big hurdle that, you know, this state struggles with sometimes is California's a big place, and it's a destination for, you know, really the globe. And so when you have people that are constantly wanting to move to urban areas or even move to this state, they're doing so without any of the education that of the complicated way that the state has to run, because it's pretty complicated how we get from point A to point B here with water conveyance and water flow, and just how you live in places like Los Angeles or places like Del Norte County. There's a lot to tackle there. And so I would say, you know, it's on industries like California Rise, it's on industries like the water agencies, it's just on everybody to try and promote what they're doing to go forward, because everyone in California that runs a business is making a sacrifice to make this place run efficiently, because California does things differently. And I think just more communication, being more vocal from an industry standpoint, no matter what that industry is, would help that.
Thank you. Wonderful. Anything else? Great. Wonderful. I just want to thank everybody. Thank you for your patience with all of our questions and time today. And thank you for making the trip to come here and add in to our knowledge base. It's very much appreciative. And this has been a great day. Thank you, staff, for all the work that's gone in here. This is great. I'm going to move to our final item. The next meeting of the Water Commission is currently scheduled for Wednesday, March 15th, 2023, when the Commission will consider resolutions of necessity for the Big Notch Project land holdings presented today. Receive an update on DWR grants programs. Take a look at our Harvest Water Program contracts for the administration of public benefits, and welcome proponents of the Harvest Water Program as they provide a virtual tour of their product. Do we have any in-person comment, or in-person or virtual comment?
I am not aware of any comment, either in person or virtual.
Commissioners? Okay, so I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
Second.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, great. Thank you. We are adjourned.